let's get into it. What's going on, you guys? What's so funny about my intro music with head? People are like, CTV, I've been dreaming. I was dreaming, and your intro music was playing. I like it. We got a banger. Shout out to the baddest bitch, baby. But you guys already know what we're here to get into. We got some things to get into. I'll be dropping the link if we have some time. Before we do so, you guys already know what I need y'all to do. I need y'all to thumbs up the video until it is absolutely stuck. You guys know that YouTube's algorithm is supported by you guys thumbs up, but more importantly, you guys trigger up the notification system when you hit that thumbs up. It is free 99. It don't cost you nothing. And you use those fingers for every other infidelity. You can use them to press like on this chill video. Also, shout out to all of the new subs, baby. We are at 46.7 and counting. We're on that way to 50, sugar. That's going to be a great number, 50, you know, the halfway mark, baby. We got 50 more to go to hit that 100K mark, girl. But we've been upstream, steady. So I'm excited about the growth, and thank you guys for helping me to grow. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share this stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community or your Facebook, your Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're live and in calling. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
all right, let me speak to everybody coming into the sanctuary, child. What's going on, Andre? Hey, Courtney Jackson. Hey, Whitney. Hey, Legally Shay. What's going on, Pangal? What's going on, Ron 45? What's going on, Vanessa? Hey, Britt. What's going on, Tanika? Hey, Carolyn. Hey, Arlene. Hey, Sin. Hey, Latera. What's going on, Hunter? Hey, Boo. Hey, Coach Leslie. Hey, babe. What's going on, Shelly? Hey, Betty Boo. Hey, Nicole. Hey, Tam. Hey, Sexy Nessa. My room is in T. Hey, Boo. Hey, JH. What's going on, Miss G? Hey, Resh. What's going on, Sharon? Hey, what's going on, Shayla? What's going on, Boo? Hey, Arlene. What's going on, Valerie? Hey, Corinthia. Hey. What's going on, Misunderstood? Hey, babes. Hey, Lenora. What's going on, Valerie? Hey, y'all. All right, so we in the building. I will be dropping the link if I can, depending on, you know, the length, honey. Oh, let me shout out to my baby mother's girl, because I got a few child support checks, honey. Shout out to my old nasty piece of baby mama Lakeisha for the child support check. For love you, sweetness, love you more, baby. Shout out to my baby mother Sophia. Thank you, Sophia, for the nasty piece of donation. And my baby mother, Ken, honey, who is faithful with her baby daddy payments. Thank you, baby mother. Love you a long time. I'll be home to feed the kids in a few. We're working, baby. What's going on, y'all? So, before we get into what we got to get into, honey, I got a question I want to ask y'all. I need y'all feedback on something. I'm gonna need y'all to listen real good, honey. And, you know, give me your honest feedback. You don't mean I'm gonna take it, but I am seeking it and asking for it. What's going on, Libby? What's going on, Old Enough to Know Better? Hey, y'all. So I want to ask y'all a question first. Y'all know I'm in a new season of my life where I ain't taking no shit. Any bitch can get this work. I'm not really settling anymore. I'm saying what the fuck I want to say. And, you know, I'm standing up for my worth, one period. Okay, that's both professionally, that's personally, etc. And I don't give a damn, girl. I'll take all the L's that need to be taken in the name of my self-worth, honey, because anything that is going to fall away as a result of me demanding my respect, according to my worth, is something that's not even worth me to begin with. So there really is no L's that'll be taken on period. So y'all know I've been on a no bullshit campaign. A part of that has involved me literally keeping that same energy, and really standing on business. So let me tell y'all about a little situation that arose, right? So there was somebody that came into my life, be a supporter, okay? Supporter, also growing their platform, and they also have a small business, right? And I've been like aware of them because, you know, they done been on the platform, be in the chat, all that good jazz, girl. For what? About 9 months now. And then we follow each other over on Instagram. So not too long ago, like maybe about a month or so ago, they reached out to me because they were starting their business and they were looking for some business. And you guys know that I've been very communal. I've shared out other content creators. I've helped people to get to their 1K. I'm a very, very communal person who just love to see people being productive, etc. So if there's anything I can do within reason for anybody, I will. So after I had checked out and saw what this person was offering, I was like, okay, well, they hit me up for, to see if I needed some things. And I was like, okay, well, let me see what it give. All right. So then I saw what it gave, and what it gave was really great. And then they had produced the things that I needed them to produce, and I love them because you guys know I got a lot going on, girl. Like we girl, I'm about to rock it off to the motherfucking moon. All right. And so the collaboration was going really, 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 really great, really, really, really wonderful. And then and then in between that, like we were getting like really cool and really close, girl. And y'all know how I am. I'm an empath. So what happens naturally, girl, is I just create very safe spaces for people, even when I'm not trying to. It's just in my nature to create a home. I don't create houses. I create homes. So when people start working with me or working in relationship to me, people just can start treating me as if I'm their great grandniece, as if I'm auntie, as if I'm the fairy godfather, as if I'm their lover. Like people get very, very relaxed into me. And so this person who I had just started doing business with, even though we had been lightly associated for almost a year now, but we were like being very intentional and working together, etc. And then I started helping them with their small business because that's what they had asked me to do. They sought me out. And that creating together, they felt comfortable asking me for a loan, which initially I was very shocked because I done kind of got guarded up a little bit. So I was like shocked that I still create the space where people feel really, 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 really naked and vulnerable with me. I was like, girl, I'm still giving that. Like I could be in the bitch life for 2 seconds and they already want me to be like the father of their children. They already, want me to donate plasma to them, girl. They bring me into real life shit. So I was like, okay, but I'm like, you know what? Things are going really well. I've been aware of this person for some time. I'm liking the exchange and the collaboration. They need, a few $100. They said they would pay me back. I said, no problem. I thought it would, add just to the camaraderie of it all because I had planned on continuing to support their small business and keep money in their pocket and do work with them, etc., all that good jazz. So I'm like, maybe this will be, this will help just continue to build the rapport together. I had no problems out of this person when I would just see them in the chat or they would hit the panel. And I didn't have any issues with this person when we were collaborating on the work we were doing. So all that goes well. And then boom, there's a particular project that we were working on. And this is what's like the first little hiccup. And pretty much it came down to them wanting to create for me what they wanted to create for me. And my attitude was, I'm a paying customer. Therefore, it's not like you're doing me any favors. Therefore, I expect to have the final say so over work I'm paying you to produce. Like, I don't feel like I should have to pay my money and give you the final say so in some shit that has to do with something I'm creating because I know what I want and I know how I want it. And there was all this arguing and back and forth and contention that I was very surprised with because I'm just like, girl, I'm not paying you, bitch, to have to argue with you over nothing because I can honestly find anybody to do this. Matter of fact, I could really do it myself. I'm not paying you to have to argue with you about my vision. That's not what I signed up for. But this person had informed me at this point that was what I was allegedly paying them for. Is I was paying them to use their gift as a end all be all and that pretty much I would be giving up my creative freedom at the end of the day and still have to pay them for what they felt worked creatively. And I didn't know that up until that very point, that this person thought they should have the final say so. That's like going to like a wedding. That's like going to somebody to design like your wedding dress, and you already have a vision in place, and you're going to a seamstress, somebody who's going to build your dress from your dress from scratch, and you're paying them to do so, and then they create for you what they want to create for you, and the expectation is that you're going to take their version of your vision and pretty much live with that. And I'm just like, no, I have never heard of such a proposition in my life, that you want paying customers, not customers you're doing a favor for, not your broke ass friends who you're going, out of your way to create something for, which eliminates their ability to have a say so, girl, because you're already doing them the favor. But you expect a paid customer to give you creative right over their shit. Like, I was literally baffled. I had never, in all 30 years of my life, I had never heard of a bitch thinking this way in business. I'm like, you're going to limit your business to begin with, because while what you create for somebody may be something that they also like and love, if you fuck around and get clients who know exactly what they want, and your business practice is you are going to be the ultimate decider on what the end result is, the only people you're going to be able to do business with are people who have loose ideas, people who have general ideas, people who want you to fill in the rest. But a bitch like me, who is very particular, very matter of a fact, I would only need you to create what's already in my head and turn it into a physical object. If I want your creative input, I'll ask for that. If I want your recommendations, I'll ask you for that. If I need some suggestions and some feedback and I'm curious about something, I'll seek that. But what I'm not doing is paying you to have the final say so over my shit. I'm not paying you money and living with your version of something that I want. Because I'm paying for what I want, not for what I kind of want. I'm not paying you to create something out of your own imagination. I'm paying you to use your gift to create what's in my head and what's in my motherfucking mind. So my question to y'all is, bitch, am I wrong? Because I had cut that bitch all the way off. Like, girl, off with the head. Bye. She ran me my few $100s back. She was good on her word and all of that. And I was like, girl, we good on the business. Girl, enough said, bitch. I'm not arguing with you about nothing creatively. And if that's your business model, that's fine. You can model that for someone else on the runway. Okay? I'm good on that. I'm not about to be paying you shit tons of money and then using my platform to promote your business and being a bitch you can borrow money from and a bitch you can get a plasma donation from and bitch you think you should have the final. Girl, we are living in such an ungrateful era. Like, this is really why, girl, I be so solo dolo, girl. But I don't even be shook no more. I don't even be mad no more, because I know I'm empathic and I'm just naturally going to attract narcissistic ass motherfucking people who literally feel entitled and they don't even realize when they're winning. And even when you're going over and beyond for them, they still have the audacity to ask you for some more and be committed to not giving you exactly what you want in the fucking process. Now that I have gotten more comfortable with just how my natural energetic GPS is going to be set up as an empath, I'm going to attract the selfish. I'm going to attract the maniacs. I'm going to attract the narcs. I'm going to attract them, girl. And they're going to come in all forms, shapes, and sizes, girl. They're going to come in the form of women, men. They're going to come in the form of other artists. They're going to come in the form of other influencers. They're going to come in from all walks of life, girl. This is just a personality that I'm organically going to attract. So I don't even be pressed. I just be like, girl, as soon as I see it, clip by, clip by, clip by, clip by. Like, too bad of a bitch. Not gonna argue with you. Got too much peace in my life. I'm too blessed, bitch. I can get any bitch to do what you do. So, bitch, bye. Clipped, girl. Like, I'm literally not arguing with nobody, especially when the bitch need me on top of that. Like, girl, my nigga, you came searching out of the bowels of social media for me. I wasn't even seeking no work at the time that we started working together. You and your very itty bitty tiny business was on that level of struggle. Okay, you wasn't bringing in no money. You didn't have no per capital. You wasn't bringing in no economy. You don't even have a motherfucking LLC, bitch. Okay, I was not only paying you coin, but I was also promoting you. You're getting clientele off of my name and the work we're doing. On top of that, bitch, you didn't even have enough of a safe space in your relationships to your friends, to your sister, to your family, to your parents, to your grandparents. Ask any of them hoes, bitch, for $500 you can borrow and pay back on the 28th. And then on top of that, girl, I'm keeping consistent money and business in your pocket because of the work you're fucking producing. And you have the audacity to tell a bitch like me, who's, girl, packing the wagon for you, bitch. I'm packing the wagon for you, bitch. Because I should be charging your ass also for the free full promotion. Okay? Because I have a platform that I had to work my ass off. Okay? I have a platform that I had to create from the ground up, bitch. I had to get it from the mud up. And I haven't even charged you for being able to promote your motherfucking work, bitch, in the crisscross of it all. And you gonna have the unmitigated gall to tell me what the fuck you gonna do for me? Or what you ain't gonna do, bitch, while expecting the cash app with the quickness, bitch, clipped, cut, chopped, and motherfucking served, ho. Am I wrong? Because sometimes I feel like, girl, if I keep up this self-love shit, bitch, I might have to go into full business for myself, ho. Because, girl, the way that these hoes is built these days, I'm gonna have to learn how to do everything myself, so I ain't never gotta lean and depend on their bitch, because these hoes are really tripping out here. And I'm not the bitch to play with for 2024. So just like I had to learn to do hair by myself, I had to learn to fucking pierce myself, tattoo myself, bitch. I will learn how to do it first before I even bring another human being. Like, I can't honestly stand working with other people. People get in my fucking way. They slow me down. They full of fucking shit. And I could have already been over and beyond without a nigga. So I don't know whether this was a telltale sign that I just need to go ahead, girl, and just continue to be self-taught and self-learning. So I ain't got to pay no struggling bitch to do a motherfucking thing. Because when a struggle bitch come out of the sewers talking about, I'll cut a cartwheel for a meal, then I can say, bitch, I'm good. I know how to cartwheel myself. Mm-hmm. So, no, we're not talking about Knockout. I've known Knockout for years. I said I've only known this bitch for a few months. Knockout and me are actually friends. Me and this person wasn't friends. We weren't friends. That's for damn show. That's hustling all kinds of backwards. Got to be clear on the track. Yeah, right. I'm just like, okay. I'm thinking the person had a regular business model. Like, because once again, I ain't never heard of no shit like this. I ain't never heard. You know, we come from the world of customers always right. You are a paying customer and you come to somebody who has the skill to produce custom things for you. You are employing them to use their abilities to bring to life what it is you're asking them for. So when he busted out with, girl, you gonna do a loose interpretation and expect me to live with the end results, whether I like it or not, and on top of that, pay you. for some shit I'm sort of happy with, girl, you got me girl, bitch, I'll shoot these hoes. Moving along. Let's get into it, girl. First thing I want to get into is Cardi B. Cardi B and this drama girl going on with her bestie and blogger friend Ken Barbie and a horse who doesn't have a stable to be in anymore. It's a lot going on. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of Ken Barbie and Cardi B. We just talked a little bit about this on T on Top of T, you guys. So make sure you guys check out the panel, honey. The panel is adorable. It's an adorable, adorable group of amazing individuals, child. Let me find a picture of Miss Ken Barbie. What's going on, Brains? Chico? Hey, boo. So, it's a lot going on. You guys, well, first of all, once again, shout out to Coffee City, because I wouldn't give none of these hoes a click interview if it wasn't for her. You know, she reports on celebrity gossip, but she also sometimes reports on alleged influencers, girl, if that's what you want to call them. Okay, I'll call them YouTube uploaders, but that's here nor there. She has been filling us all in about what's been going on with Cardi B. You guys already know that Cardi B tried to form a relationship to the horse who could not form a steady income on TGIF and taint the entire goddamn network. And then things have continued to be downhill since she attempted to be friends with somebody who who was on their third mentor, okay? And that had literally went down in a blaze of literal glory, girl. Like, autobiographies went up in flames, bitch, okay? This past year, apparently, Horseface and his good Judy Mammy Radio have been dragging the shit out of Cardi B. They haven't been happy with anything she's done. Any single she drops, they have something to say. They have some type of criticism for her. She needs to enunciate her words. She talks like she's got a rubber dildo down her throat. You know, it's just not hitting, etc., girl. But nothing that they've ever done has hit either, girl. Okay. Cardi B's losses are more successful than any of their wins combined. All right. But moving along. Shit got real heated to the point that Cardi B finally responded to both Horseface and Mammy Radio, but initially did it very subliminally. What they were hoping for was to get clout off of trying to gaslight Cardi B into responding so that they can turn that obviously into content. That's what raggedy, low vibrational, low credit score, low sperm count, little dick ass, little pussy energy having assholes do on the internet, okay? They gaslight you into a response. Hold on. Oh. I don't know why is this picture up? Is this picture black? It's showing up black on my screen. Is it black on y'all screen? Hold on. I don't know why. Is the image black? Okay, it's black. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can. I don't know what the. There's always something going on the Illuminati's internet. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know why it's doing this. All right. What? Oh, okay. It's back. Girl. Wait, is she black? She's black again. Okay. Oh, I think it comes from. Girl, what is it really giving? Girl, somebody working some half-baked ass voodoo tonight. It's not going to work. Y'all know I persevere, honey. I'm the bloodiest spiritualist, you know, on the block around here. You know, I cause hoes to have heart attacks, bitch. Bitches be freezing up and glitching up, girl. Tombstones. It's time for funerals, girl. So, you know, whatever half-baked Caribbean ass bitchcraft this is, girl. I don't know why y'all are trying to contend with the baddest sorcerer on the block. All right, but we're gonna move it along. Okay, so she finally responded, but she responded subliminally to Mammy Radio and Wendy Wiggins. So of course they turned that also into content. All right. Oh, she need to say her name. She need to say her name because this is what it was all about, girl. Just get her to respond in any kind of way, whether she do it subliminally, whether she puts an address on it, girl. Get the bitch to just address us by any means necessary. Whatever she does, we're going to turn it into content, including her not addressing us at all. Okay. So she finally responds subliminally. They start dragging some more. Now, because Cardi B is a weak ass bitch in all actuality, like I love Cardi B, but I'm like have this love-hate relationship for her because when she's in her ego, if you let her tell it, she the baddest bitch. But in all actuality, she the baddest bitch until a bitch is badder than her. And then she folds like a lawn chair. And she's wanting to call people and get the smoke off their ass, etc., instead of putting the motherfucking goons on their ass like she did those stripper hoes in New York when they were threesoming Offset's ass. That's the Cardi B I want to see, bitch. Like the Cardi B that goes to jail, bitch. The Cardi B girl that's in an orange jumpsuit, girl. I want to see Cardi B in her goddamn Krishan Rock bag, bitch. Like if you're gonna be about it, just be about it, okay? If you're gonna be above it, then be above it, honey. Okay, but the fence riding shit that I'm kind of a bad bitch, but not really a bad bitch, or I'm sometime a bad bitch. Like, girl, just choose which bitch and just move forward. All this being an in-between bitch is too much for me, bitch. So I don't respect it. You know, I could not believe when it was reported that Horseface had applied enough pressure, okay, to another bitch with veneers to the point that that hoe had to get on the phone with her. Okay, and then they were able to squash or come to reconciliation. Now, mind you, up to this point, Cardi B name was being used by Horseface, and he kept threatening to expose this thing that he won't speak on publicly because that's his trump card when it comes to Cardi. Is he's going to hold this weird ass situation that they both were in, and it probably has something to do with rap bitches and her ass probably putting his ass on assignment against one of these girls, etc. It might have had something to do with her wanting to use his platform to be an op or to op up against another rap bitch, etc. girl, and he is threatening to expose it, and he uses this in order to drag and to control and to extort and to manipulate Cardi B into doing what he wants her to do by fear-mongering her, because he feels that if he was to finally speak out about what she had him do or whatever the situation is, that it would be a great detriment to Cardi B. Now, the reality is it probably actually isn't, okay? But because Cardi B don't like negative publicity about herself, she will first try to do whatever she can to clear negative publicity than to just let the damn bombs drop where they may drop, all right? So they got on the phone. Now, as a result of them getting on the phone, bitch, Mammy Radio felt away. So she started talking her shit and going over to Station All Head and sending subliminals and clearly Preston bothered because he made up with the op and he did not three-way her ass into that conversation. He did not allow her to have any spotlight in the situation. It was one clout chaser versus another deep-throating ass clout chaser girl. And, you know, it was one clout chasing getting the best of another clout chaser girl. He took the opportunity to shine bright without her motherfucking ass. So Mammy Radio, rightfully so, felt the way, felt betrayed like Jesus did to Judas girl. You know, it was given. Then there started being this weird shit between Ken Barbie and Horseface. You know, they have a history. They've beefed before. They've had it out before. They've dragged each other before over in Twitter, etc. Girl, I don't know who started this recent stunt. I'm not clear about who struck first, Ken or Horseface, but it's really irrelevant because what I want to say is that now they both have officially addressed each other. Ken has officially addressed Horse, and Horse has officially addressed Ken. And both of them are using Cardi B's name. Now, the perspective of Horseface is you need to put your dog on a leash, bitch, because what's going to happen is I'm going to assume that you allowing your friend to use your name, how he using your name, is you co-signing it, is you being in cahoots with it, is you green lighting it. And then if that's the case, I got an issue with you. And I'm going to address both you hoes. But I don't really want no smoke with you. But if you're going to let your friend get out here and use your name and all this shit, I'm going to assume it's because what he's saying is true. And I'm going to assume you then don't mind the smoke and you don't mind me believing the narrative and the perspective that he's forming. So then I'm going to assume that is up. Now, I don't agree with Horseface in a lot of things. However, in this instance, I agree that Cardi B, you got your best friend going to war with a bitch you friendly with. A bitch who, don't fuck with you. But, you an opportunistic person, just like Horseface is. So, I know that you using Horseface, and Horseface is trying to use your motherfucking ass. It's a transactional, fake-ass, opportunistic dynamic. Fine. But it's now up. And people threatening to whip each other ass. And Ken is letting it be known that he was on the phone when Horseface was begging Cardi B to call him, girl, that Cardi B had woke up on Christmas and had 27 missed calls from this frail ass bitch. It was a lot going on, girl. He was aware that there was going to be a conversation between Cardi and Horseface before Horseface even knew it. Horseface is triggered by that. Horseface is always triggered by people who in real friendship to each other. For some reason, he thinks that him being an associate should trump the luxury and the privileges that come when you're in actual friendship to someone. And it seems like in this situation, Cardi is very clear about her best friend and friend conduct and her I'm just your associate conduct. Okay, she seems to be one of those people who clearly treats those two separate individuals in those categories according to their titles. You're an associate, bitch, and you get associate energy. I'm going to give my friends, my loved ones, my loved one energy, girl, and they're going to look different. But now that Ken Barbie has established by way of letting Horseface know that, bitch, I already knew what was up. I already knew about the situation, girl. I was on the phone. I was secretly listening, etc. Girl, you know what friends do in situations. Cardi B, thank God, is smart enough to have had Ken Barbie secretly on the damn phone recording because she's clear that she can't trust this bitch. Because mind you, Horseface is the same girl that turned around last year, fell out with her other best friend, Jason Lee, who was mentoring Horseface, putting him in rooms that he ain't been able to be in since Jason Lee. And in the interim of Horseface beefing with Jason Lee, he thought it was cute to attempt to sabotage Cardi's relationship to Jason by letting Cardi know publicly in his rant and dissertation that Jason was pillow talking with Horseface and talking shit and bad about her. But I had told the bitch when I had went up to do my live review of the bullshit was that you a dumb hoe. Because you just pretty much let Cardi B know why she need to keep your ass in a frenemy category. Because you just proved to her that you are opportunistic as fuck. You only cared to share this information with her that she got a snake in her camp in the form of her best friend because you mad at Cardi. If you really cared about Cardi and you were really working to have a genuine relationship to her, the moment that Jason Lee started pillow talking negatively and for no reason at that to him about Cardi, you should have been letting her ass know that. Don't hold on to some shit and then claim you fuck with me. But then all the shit you should have been sharing with me because you fuck with me, you don't even fucking say and bring to the table until you mad at another motherfucker. And now on Mad Day, you want to regurgitate all this shit in an attempt to just be injurious to the person you got smoked for. Hell no. And what happened right after he did that dumbass shit? She cuddled up with her best friend and gave his ass the exclusive over on Revolt about bongos and all of that. He took 2 major fucking L's. So fast forward, when I'm hearing that Ken Barbie is on the phone, that he was privy to the conversation that Cardi B afforded to Horseface, that sounds about right. You a snake bitch, and this is how people move around snake bitches, girl. They're never in a room with you alone. They're never on the phone with you alone. Never. Never. And anybody who knows better, anybody who's clear about the fact that they fucking with a snake will never be in the room with you alone. And you only prove that you were untrustworthy bitch because you don't even have no reason to have smoke with this bitch. She's doing what she's supposed to do as an artist, produce content. And you get to not be happy with it, and you get to criticize it reasonably. But to stay on a bitch neck when you can't even stay on a fucking job, girl, it seems like it's giving mispriority to me. Because here's the gag. Cardi B singles might leave the charts as fast as they hit the charts, bitch, but at least they hit the charts. A bitch who can't even stay employed for more than 3 months can't even talk to me when I'm a bitch who can stay on a hot 100 for a whole year. Once again, this is why I don't respect Cardi, because I'm just like, girl, are you this that weak? But then I realized, wait, Horseface is not special because Cardi B was willing to afford him a phone call, because Cardi B will fight with any bitch. This is what Cardi is known for. Cardi will swing and bang with any bitch. She'll get in anybody's damn DM. She'll get into anybody's Twitter mention. She'll fight with any bitch. That's what she does. She's impulsive. She's easily gaslit. She's very sensitive. And her ego just not as thick and it's not as wide back as it should be. So I'm just like, okay, wait a minute. You know, this is not really a win. Because, bitch, I can get Cardi B on the phone, girl. You know, like, that's not a win. But it's clear that Cardi B don't know who the fuck she is, because she continues to swing and bang with the low-hanging fruit. And bringing it back to Horseface, now he's in a situation with Ken Barbie, who is rightfully so defending his friend. That's what friends do. They toe the line. They act as the human shield. They get on the field. They get active, bitch. Okay, that's what they do. All right. But at this point, Cardi B, somebody gonna tag you in this. You need to get involved, but only if you really are trying to use this dumbass hoe for your own self-gain. If you have a ulterior motive or a agenda when it comes to Horseface, you're not going to be able to productively execute that if you don't get involved in this situation with him and Ken Barbie. Because your name is being inserted in all of this on both sides. And you can really squash the use of your name, even if you can't squash the beef. So if you are looking to use Horseface accordingly, and obviously you want to keep your friendship to Ken Barbie, you need to have a separate conversation with the both of those hoes. And you need to tell Ken Barbie ass, look, Don't bring my name up in none of this shit you got going on with Horseface. First of all, bitch, you my friend, and you know that I'm using this hoe. Okay? Now, you can beef with this bitch. If y'all got your own separate beef, bitch. All right? You know where my loyalties lie, but I don't need you fucking up the situation with this dumbass hoe because it's a reason I'm fucking, I'm letting this straggler straggle, bitch. It's the reason why I'm letting her, you know, ride the back of the wagon, bitch. Okay? So I need you to just don't bring my name in it, you know. Leave it, you know, drag his ass outside of my name. But right now, I'm using this bitch, and because you love me, bitch, and you know what I'm trying to accomplish, I need you to act accordingly, ho. Okay, I got you. Then she need to have a conversation with Horseface and let this bitch know, I don't have proximity to you for you to take my name and your proximity and to weaponize that against Horseface. I mean, against my best friend. If you want to beef with Ken, you can beef with Ken. Y'all two grown-ass girls. I don't have nothing to do with that, okay? He wears wigs, and you shake your ass as if you have a wig on. So, you know, I'm calling it fair down the middle. But I'm not giving you proximity so that you can take that proximity and then try to taunt him with it, okay? I got my own association relationship to you, so keep my fucking name out of it. I've had a conversation with him and told him he can beef with you, but keep my motherfucking name out of it. And I'm having a conversation with you to tell you that if you want to continue to have a very loose and promiscuous association with me, that you're going to have to keep my fucking name out of it, or I ain't gonna be able to fuck with you on period. Cardi B would not have no role in this beef at all. She would have no commitment and no obligation if the both of them weren't using her name in their spat with each other. But if Cardi B don't clear it, a very immature, emotionally undeveloped ass, veneer mouth, unemployed horse is going to use that as a means to do the most. But here's the thing too. I'm going to call Horseface on bluff. I don't think that bitch will ever come out and say it. Whatever it is he's holding over Cardi B's head, I don't think he'll ever say it. You know why? Because he knows once he pulls the trigger, he'll never, there's nothing else. He don't have another trump card. He'll be giving up the one thing that he believes gives him a spell casting effect over Cardi B. And because he's a clout chaser and he needs every step toward the rooftop that he can get, he's not going to want to use his trump card just for the hell of it. Any strategic, smart clout chaser wouldn't, especially when you only got one good bullet left in the chamber. You ain't gonna want to use that bullet willy-nilly. You ain't gonna want to take shot impulsively, because this is the shot that matters. And when you employ it, you're gonna want it to be when it has the potential to give you the fullest victory and the most favorable outcome that you can get in the situation. The most favorable one. So rightfully so, he dragging it out. Rightfully so, he been, oh yeah, you don't want me to say it. You don't want me to say it. The bitch ain't gonna say it because he too desperate not to. He too much of a clout chaser to do so. He too thirsty to be a celebrity to pull that trigger. Because once he do that, there's nothing else he has. So Cardi B, I'ma also tell you how you beat this bitch at his own game. If you don't want to have to be in forced proximity to Horseface because he holding this thing over your head, if you don't even want to have this toxic, poisonous bitch in your space at all, if you actually prefer to just be free and to just have him go kiss the pussy lips of Nikki Petty Jr., beat him at his own game, bitch, by pulling the trigger for his ass. Pull the trigger for his ass, bitch. Get into a Twitter space and say what you had him to do. Say what you paid him to do. Tell what you had put him assignment on to do when you had him to do what it is he did. Blow that bitch candle out for him and set him free. That way, bitch, you get the win on the front end and the back end. Because you gonna gag that whole bitch if he wakes up tomorrow and you done exposed to both of y'all motherfucking ass. It's probably also gonna rise your street credit up, bitch, by standing in your shit and being able to say, yeah, bitch, I did it. Yeah, bitch, I paid you payola to drag Onika. Yeah, bitch, I paid you to be fake to Onika so you can get close to her ass so that I can have somebody on the inside of the camp or whatever the buffoonery was. But if you actually want to not have to deal with this hoe, you gonna have to pull the trigger for his ass because he's never going to do that. Except for when he comes to the conclusion that, like, girl, it's basically over. It's basically over. Cardi done given everything she gonna give. The only thing I got now is what I got in the chamber. But because you're gonna continue to breadcrumb his ass by giving him a phone call here, giving him a little bit of an attention there, he'll never pull that trigger because all that breadcrumbing that your ass gonna do, it'll keep him hopeful. Because, see, bitch, I see your strategy too. But what I know is that either way, girl, it's going to come to a head. So you might as well go ahead and get ahead and pull the trigger on this bitch and just let it be over with, girl. Just open up the goddamn closet's door, girl, and let that one good skeleton this bitch got on his side finally out, baby. Okay? And a bitch who done damn near been indicted, girl, on a conspiracy to commit homicide, a bitch who done dragged men back to the hotel and drugged them and robbed them, a bitch who has openly beef with Onika threesome. I'm letting you know, girl, nobody would be surprised. Whatever it is, Cardi, nobody would be surprised, baby. I'm sure whatever you had this horse out of the stable do for you, bitch, is actually on brand, girl. Okay? I'm sure it actually fits more of your brand than not, baby. Okay? So it ain't no need for you to really try to protect your reputation as if you are some Mother Teresa to begin with, bitch. You brand yourself as a gangster, bitch. You brand yourself as a bitch who would get up with these hoes any day of any hour. So whatever assignment you have put this bitch on, it's not going to be shocking. I guarantee you it's going to add. It's going to add to your brand. I don't know why you're letting this girl run this game on you unless you're using him too. Now, why she would be using him, I don't know. Because you already got somebody more relevant and who has more of a legit name in your back pocket, which is Jason Lee. So you don't even need this bitch. There's nothing, honestly, that he can do for you. He doesn't even make noise outside of Twitter. He can't cause nobody to not like you. He doesn't have any fucking social power. Like, you already have a blogger that is richer, wealthier, more connected, grounded, and has an established brand than this bitch. If he didn't have anything to give to Jason, what the fuck you think Horseface got to give to you? So I know you ain't sitting over there letting this bald head asshole just co-wangle some weird ass situation between y'all over y'all fucking head. I know you ain't trying to act like, girl, you Mother Teresa and you a Christian now, girl, and that the things that need to be said about you and come out about you need to be positive. And you was just the same one who got out here last week, girl, dragging Offset's Mammy and Pappy because they was calling Culture all type of damn retarded. So if you got smoke for Offset's family, if you got smoke for his mammy, his pappy, your in-laws, girl, I know you ain't sitting up here, girl, really trying to keep this girl from not putting out salacious information about a salacious bitch. Because she's winning. Unless there's just something that we don't know. Unless there's some substantive reason you're keeping her there. But I got a feeling that it's not, because you've never given strategy. If you had given strategy, you wouldn't have never been indicted and had to damn beat those charges with Johnny Cochran's damn spirit, had you been strategic. Okay, so we know you're not a strategic girl. You damn near almost costed your entire freedom and career because you was with the shits. So I don't believe that you're capable of some high level of intellect. You don't give that. Your hand done been exposed too many times, and you already done almost exposed and burnt down your own goddamn legacy too many times over, girl. By throwing a shoe at a bitch, almost going to jail, by sticking goons on 2 stripper hoes, girl. So I don't think this is by way of you being strategic. I think you're just being a weak ass bitch, and you are more obsessed with what people think about you, and you are wanting to protect this information that Horseface holds over you because you don't want to deal with whatever the backlash will be, probably from the barbs. Whatever this backlash should be from whatever the fan base is. But once again, those are bitches who are already going to hate you anyway. So you might as well just walk directly into the fire, because it's a fire whether you ever confront it or not. That fan base of people who are going to be gaslit by whatever this information is coming out are the same bitches who are waiting for anything to come out about you. It's inescapable. So to get this hoe off your back, you might as well blow his candle out for him. Blow it out for him. Blow it out for him. Because the quicker you do that, girl, you squash it. You ease it up. Yeah, it's done. Finito. Stop being a weak ass hoe, Cardi B. And tell this bitch to stop using your name to fight with your best friend. And tell your best friend to fight with this hoe without using your name. Especially if you got a plan and a purpose for this opt ass hoe. Moving along. Tasha. Unwind with opioids, girl. It's been going down between her and T.S. Madison. They got it going on, girl. Kids are being dragged. Tumors are being dragged. Credit scores are being dragged. Identities are being dragged. Everything is being. And this ain't even an episode of goddamn RuPaul's Drag Race. All right? It's been going down all week long. Unwind with opioids inserted herself into the controversy with T.S. Madison and Miss Netta. As a result, of course, T.S. Madison clapped all the way the fuck back. Initially dragging Unhinged on Twitter. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up for you guys. Let me see if I can go to T.S. Madison's Twitter. T.S. Madison's Twitter. Because she wrote a very lengthy post to Unhinged, baby. And it's getting mixed reviews. Some people feel like, oh, certain things should be off the hook, etc. And other people feel like, bitch, when it comes to war, it's war, baby. Okay? Like, there is all things are fair, girl, in love and war. Damn, bitch. And she went live tonight and allegedly dragged the shit out of Unhinged because it's being retweeted all over Twitter, I see, girl. One person says Maddie is on this woman's neck. Another person says, not you using the music from Holiday Heart to drag, baby. Somebody else saying, give T.S. Madison her motherfucking Oscar. Somebody else says, Miss Mary, she out again. She is a fucking mess, bro. Baby, okay. And we're definitely going to be listening to that audio, girl. Okay, she's going viral all over Twitter right now for the way that she dragged the blackness off of Unhinged's goddamn diabetic neck. Bitch. That's all I'm seeing, girl, is repost, retweet, girl. That's it. That's all. I'm trying to find the Instagram post she made in regards to, oh girl, let me see. I don't even see it. They never see the match. Damn. Oh, wait a minute. It might be on her Instagram. Let me go to her Instagram real quick, girl. Y'all thumbs up the video, honey, and share. I will be dropping a link, girl. I want y'all thoughts on what y'all think about this Ken Barbie Horseface situation and this Maddie Unhinged situation. Let me go to her Instagram and pull it. Okay. Is this it? My beautiful mother. Okay, yes. Okay, so this one was 2 days ago, girl. She addressed the drunk bitch. Let me see if I can just show you guys this. It might black out again. Hold on. They got these streets on fire, child. Let me see. All right, okay. So here it is, 2 days ago. Drunk bitch, and to any bitch that support that hoe. Now, unwind with opioids. I've read the dark rings around your neck and eyes so severely that you truly, in your delusional mind, think that I'm jealous of anyone. When you move your crazy eye, having kid back into that house you hiding from Cardi B, so he can hula hoop without getting dizzy because those eyes won't focus in peace. Holla at me. Don't forget, bitch, me and you are on tour for 2 different reasons, ho. You're adding to Cardi B network, and I'm on tour adding to mine. It's a big difference between me and you. And yes, I look like my beautiful mother who loves me. Don't be jealous because yours just now stopped smoking crack and available to acknowledge your existence. You and yours eat a tree, bitch. Let me tell you something. LGBT people might not have a lot of social power, but what the universe gave us in return as a result of not having social power is it gave us a very, very toxic throat chakra. Okay, that's the superpower that the universe gave us as minority people in the earth, girl. And it's something that just comes from the spirit and just the organic beingness of LGBT folk, baby. Okay, that's our stinger. All right. This is another post she made a day ago. The caption says, "You will never get to care for anyone or anything that doesn't care for me. This world hardened me and let me know that that only the strong will survive. I don't care about any of your respectability rules you have for what you can offend or attack without any repercussions." A lot of you feel the same way racist white people and slave masters did about black people for transgenders. So yes, I'm a gutter bitch when it comes to all the folks who despise my existence. There will never be any mercy for you or yours ever! Exclamation point. The post reads, "I don't have to explain why I have no mercy or care for anyone that's an op. But y'all that don't like trans people find every way to justify senseless acts of unwarranted vitriol, violent acts against us, constant misgendering, and even vote against your own well-being, thinking that is going to hurt us. So yes, I'm always going to go to the lowest depths with y'all and your kin because there is not one bone of care and compassion for me. So it's fuck ya. May all of you folks, offsprings, bring home same-sex partners and be the biggest rainbow warriors to ever walk this earth. So mote it be." Okay, that bitch was giving some voodoo right there, bitch. Okay, that's voodoo shit. Now, I don't know what that's in response to, because like I said, girl, it'd be so much going on, and I can't keep up with the Kardashians, girl. But as it relates to going back to Maddie, she went live tonight, and we're going to pull up her response to Trans Rena. That's Unwind with Opioids. Middle name. Okay, let's listen to this. This is courtesy of T.S Madison's platform. Shout out to Baby Mama. Let me find some leverage here so you guys can hear this really well. It's a big difference between me and you, bitch.
And I looked.
All right.
And I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I ain't seen one bitch that think that they done read me yet. So to the pussy asshole that know who she is, that think that, you know, man in the wig, dude, cosplaying as a woman, all of those things mean anything, you're still black, you're still ugly, and you're still a woman. Bless your heart. I don't need to come up with new reads. The reads, bitch, that I done read you with have already destroyed you, bitch, from over and over again. You're tired, your foot dragging, your nappy neck, bitch, your kid's ugly, you ugly. Bitch, it is what it is. It don't necessarily need to have to be anything new to come out, you know. And yes, bitch, my body has been used countless times. And I've gotten my dick sucked more times than your husband has sucked dick. Okay? And that has been quite a few. But I walk around pain-free. I walk around debt-free. I walk around freely. I ain't looking over my motherfucking shoulders for nobody. None of that. And frankly, y'all know that hoe don't make me mad no more. It's just like, you a pussy ass hoe. You take the time to try to jump around, finding motherfuckers that motherfuckers don't fuck with, finding people, you know, nobody that don't deal with and shit like that. Like, bitch, you a nobody. You're a no one. And frankly, as a woman that you always sit up here talking about you is, Miss Tasha, as a woman that you always sit up here talking about you, and I would never fix my mouth on a man in a wig if I'm the winner. If I'm the winner, if I got the real pussy, the husband, the kid.
Jonathan just made an interesting statement. Jonathan, I'm gonna drop the link for you. I don't know if you can come up, John, but I would love for my John to come up. Let me drop the link for John. I want to respond to what John just said. I'm gonna drop the link for John because this also came up in on the panel as well. Hey, Spill It Boy, what's going on, love? Spill It Boy in the house. You guys make sure y'all subscribe to my Spill It Boy. All right, Spill It Boy TV on YouTube, child. I'm sure Spill It Boy already done covered this shit, girl. All right. Jonathan said the focusing on unwind with opioids, mother letting her be violated for crack is what had me uncomfortable. So this is what's interesting about, you know what I realized? When it comes to love and war, once again, you know, I'm at the age where all things are fair in love and war, right? There is a lot of Jonathan, did you want to be cammed up or cammed down before I let you up? A thumbs up if you don't mind being cammed up. You want to be thumbs up? Okay. Hi, John. Hey. So I got your comment on this, huh?
Back again.
Back again. You know, the Conscious crew love you over here, child. Okay. I understand why some people would be uncomfortable, because you know it's always split down the middle. Some people say I don't give a fuck, bitch. Like once you go low for a bitch, you know it's fire for fire. And I understand the people who also argue that there should be lines, even if somebody is coming for you too. But this is my thing, Jonathan. Like, okay, people will argue that Maddie is going low by talking about Trans Rena being essayed or talking about her kids. But do people take into consideration that constantly coming out of trans person's identity is just as low down, because most trans people have been through all those things and then some. They were the children who were abandoned. They were essayed. They were violated. Their transness has been taken through the fucking ring in this world. So to come for a trans person's identity when they've had to live all those lives that Tasha lived, and that her 2-year-old son, who being raised by those rhinoceroses over in Africa has to live, have also been the lives of most trans people, and then having to live as trans people. So when I think about trans people's trauma, because, you know, people will argue, okay, you keep saying the same shit about Tasha. She's broke, her kid. Okay, yeah, but these bitches keep saying the same shit too about T.S. Madison is trans, like as if we don't know that this is a big dick bitch. Like, so that's equally tired. But
yep.
I mean, where is the line? Because you're coming for the identity of a person who is a part of a protected class for a reason. Like, LGBT folk are a part of a protected class because we usually get all the smoke in this system. All the smoke, which is why we have to need some extra cushioning. So where the fuck is T.S. Madison supposed to keep it cute at? And mind you, Transrena opened up the can of big buttery biscuits when she initially jumped out of the window during T.S. Madison's battle with Jess Hilarious, where Transrena decided to attempt to injure T.S. Madison by also dragging her mother and basically calling her mother a handicap, a wheelchair-bound handicap, etc. So Transrena doesn't have any more of a privilege to come at somebody who, first of all, didn't want no smoke from her. Like, I want to be clear, Madison is the victim in the situation.
And I agree with that, because wasn't nobody really checking for her before she started that.
They were friends. T.S. Madison and Transrena were literally friends when
she was defending her too. When other people would try to come for Tasha, Madison would be like, no, that's my friend. Don't give her too much. Like, and then Tasha went and did what the fuck she always does to anybody who is quote unquote her friend. She turns on them. They become fodder. They become fair game. Now, when I said that part made me uncomfortable, it was just because it was reiterated again and again and again and again and again throughout the live. And there's only so many times that you could say your mom sold, the size, demonstrating the size of the crack rock that, poor Transrena. It started off this big. It got to be about this big, And here's the thing. I guess I don't really have any sympathy for people who bring that kind of shit upon themselves. And if there's one thing we all can probably agree on, is that Tasha brings a lot of the shit that happens to her on herself for the choices that she makes and the things that she decides to speak on. Because we are all responsible for what comes out of our mouth, and we are not above the repercussions that come with saying what the fuck we want. So
Transrena is the same person who put a HIV allegation on me, put an HIV allegation on Bobby.
What on YouTube?
Put an HIV, yeah.
And that's another thing too. That's so tired. Why is that her first jump too? Because she said that shit about Madison too. It's always the AIDS and the HIV and the medication
go-tos are going to be
HIV. In her purse.
Her go-tos are going to be HIV and pedophile. Those her two lowest common denominators. That's the jacket she gonna attempt to put on any bitch that she got smoke for. Is either HIV or either pedo. That's what she does. Storm, she called Storm a pedo. Larry, like that's just what she does. She gonna put some SA shit on you, some PETA shit on you, or some HIV shit on you. That's what she does. And the fact that people think that Unhinged deserves any level of compassion when she got out here and dragged another woman to the point that she had to sue her ass for 4.1 Mexican pesos, not only because she dragged her, but she also dragged Culture by claiming that Cardi should refrain from kissing Culture so that she did not transfer and pass herpes on to Culture. And then had the drunk ass winos in Cardi B's comment sections regurgitating all that shit, dragging this woman and her kids. So who in the fuck in their right mind would think that Unwind would remotely be deserving of compassion, virtue, when this bitch got on the stand and said, I make a intentional living defiling and perversing other people's lives, and I own it, and I feel like it should be my right as an entertainer to do so, which is why she lost that defamation suit by a landslide.
And okay, so here's what I'll say. First off, Tasha should have refrained from all that alcohol that she drank with that one child with the screwed up eyes, because we all know that's where them eyes got messed up with. Number two, in the words of Funky Dineva, you can't do wrong to a motherfucker and then tell them how mad you get, which I agree with. I am by no means sitting here saying Madison shouldn't have said what the fuck she said, because at this point, Madison has read her for every other tragedy that it is that woman's life and will continue to be that woman's life. So she had nowhere else to go but deep, deep down into the pits of hell at this point. What I'm saying is, it's not that I feel bad for Tasha or that anyone even should feel bad for Tasha. I can understand why people might have been triggered by that particular stuff. And to be quite honest with you, the way that she was actually even saying it wasn't really a read. It was that my heart weeps for you because this happened to you as a child. I hope this does not ever happen to your child. I hope you protect your child so that the cycle does not repeat itself. You know, I'm sorry that your mother was on crack and my mother was never on crack. But I understand what it's like to have a crack.
Remember, Unwind is saying, I'm sorry that you got a dick and I got a pussy while you're trying to pass as a woman.
Right. And that's the point. And I understand that too.
Her laundry list of what she's sorry for. I'm sorry that
sometimes I really wonder
that you had a cracked out mother who didn't care to supervise you and to make sure that you were in safe spaces, while I was completely overprotected and had a helicopter mother who was very much so present and involved in every step of my life.
Yeah, and again, like she said, her own dad was on crack at one point, but she never faced those same situations that poor Transrena has faced by having a crack addict parent. I guess what I'm saying is that unfortunately there's so many people, there's such a high percentage of people in this world that have been molested or sexually assaulted at some point in their life, whether as a child, whether as an adult, etc., that it could be triggering and it could be upsetting to people when it's being made to look out, when the narrative is being made to look like a read or, as something to poke fun at, et cetera, which again, I don't necessarily think that's what she was doing. It was literally like, okay, I'm jealous of you because you a real woman.
So what's the problem? If we understand that that's what she ain't doing, then there's no criticism if that's not what she's doing.
Well, and you're right about that. I'm saying in the moment,
because Jonathan, there's also some trans child or queer adult or young person who's taking their life right now because they have had to deal with the Ks in real life. They get called those things every day and come home and put a rope around their fucking neck and hang themselves. People should look at the statistics of queer people unaliving themselves.
No, and that's true, and you're very right.
And that's why that if it's going to be contested, it would seem to me that the only fair way to contest it is to contest them both, but not to put more emphasis on one person trying to weaponize somebody else's trauma.
Absolutely.
Somebody else's.
Oh, absolutely. Trauma. I guess what some mob members might be worried about, and what I'm always concerned about is the potential backlash that Madison can face, being that she is at such an elevated level than some of these people. Like, ain't nobody fucking giving Tasha K nothing. Tasha ain't getting no fucking brand deal. She ain't getting put on nowhere. She's getting absolutely nothing, which is, again, why TS said she had to use her to sell these tickets to this goddamn tour that she's doing that ain't nobody buying any goddamn. That if memory serves me correct, it was Craig or someone else from Maddie's camp that showed her how to go on tour in the goddamn first place. Let us not forget that. So once again, girl, okay, we see why you need to use her to sell these tickets. What I'm worried about is that at some point, one of these beefs is going to affect Madison negatively. Not because anybody feels like she's wrong or whatever, but because studios and other things of that nature in the business that she's in don't want their optics to look bad and don't want to look like they're in support of people that may or may not be viewed as problematic.
But you know what the good thing about T.S. Madison is?
She don't care.
She been this bitch. She was this bitch when Beyonce signed her. She was this bitch when RuPaul put her on. She was this bitch when Nicki Minaj put her up on Queen Radio. This is literally this is version of T.S. Madison that is in all these positions. That's true
too. I think. Okay, I'll give you another example too. 2 nights ago, when she was on live with G, and they had just got back from the movies or whatever, and she was just trying to have a little kiki, whatever, and people started bringing up Tasha and Miss Netta up in the comments, and that started getting her going. And a lot of us were mad because, like, we don't give, like, why are we worried about this bitch? We've said all there is at this point to say about her. We was having another conversation. Let's move back to that conversation. Why are you hoes coming up in here bringing this shit up like anybody fucking cares? And that's, I think, what bothers me sometimes, is because anybody who's a true fan, at the point where she's read her this many times, we don't need to bring her up anymore. We don't need to bring her up anymore. We don't need to bring Charles and Netta up anymore. She said what she needed to fucking say about it. Let's leave it the fuck alone. It's these other weird ass people that love to come up in the comments section to start to stir up more shit so that they can go back and run, to Miss Trans Rena and tell her, oh, look, here she goes. She talking about you again.
It be you, Jonathan, up under various accounts and different accounts, keeping the shit going.
Who, me?
Who said that? Okay. Okay, so what about this? Because honestly, just like Unhinged has an ulterior motive for trying to get Madison to respond, like we all said, we know her ass need the seats to be filled in those goddamn hotel lobbies that she be performing in. But I wouldn't put it past it if Madison uses the opportunity that Trans Rena creates in order to also drive viewership to Gag Talk, because all that controversy from the Just Hilarious situation definitely had revved up viewership with T.S. Madison. So if T.S. Madison, as we know, is just as much is just as smart and she's as social media savvy as we know she is. I don't believe that this is all personal because, as Maddie just said in her own read, I don't like this bitch. Like, I'm not even mad at this bitch. Really, this is
and I think that's why I'm also really, and I think that's why I'm also worried too.
Because I'm on tour too. So if that bitch can build her repertoire off fucking with me, I'm gonna fill my seats equally too by building off of her motherfucking ass. If she gonna invite me to the party, bitch, I'm gonna pull up Ponderosa style.
Yeah, and you just brought up a good point that I forgot to say. I think what I'm also a little bit concerned about is because she's over here like, I really don't give a fuck about you. And I could tell she don't give a fuck about her, because the fact that she's not even really showing any anger anymore to any of this, which we have seen her show in the past when it comes to Tasha and other people, concerns me, because at that point, anything is possible. I think there is a line somewhere that at a point where you really don't fucking care about a person and aren't pressed over them in any way, shape, or form, that you will step over to try and get them to leave you alone. Or I guess in the words of Mortal Kombat, to finish them. Because I really wish Tasha would be finished at this point.
No, she can't. That's where her ops have to accept. Tasha will always need them more than they need her. She got more on the line. She has more of a motive because she got to work. She got to work. She's in bankruptcy court right now, trying to get Cardi B to greenlight the ways in which she want to mitigate the debt she owes to her. And she's carving out all these payment plans, etc. And it says so she got to work. So she needs to click in the view. She needs the algorithm. She needs to drive people to the apps. She needs this. Like Madison says, we on tour for two different reasons, baby. You got to do this. I do this for my growth. You do this for Cardi. Like, but we both on tour. So I know Maddie is using this from a professional standpoint. I also think Maddie isn't over completely the betrayal, because she did consider her and Tasha to be a friend. She let Tasha on her platform. They've had personal relationship, etc. And for Tasha to have jumped out the window the way that she did for no reason, not when they were already out, not when they already had fallen out, but I didn't learn that you had to smoke with me until like you jumping.
And that's crazy to me.
And now you want to bring up all these alleged personal issues between you and I. And I also agree. 3 things today gonna be true. I agree that, well, I'm stating that Maddie is getting her click in the view because she on tour too. She being a businesswoman. I agree with you. Oh, well, I agree with the statement that Madison, I don't think she's quite completely over Tasha K betraying her. So I think that there's a little bit of a bitch, I'm gonna get with you every time because she said it recently on Gag Talk over Craig. No, Craig, this bitch sat in my house. She ate my food. My mother cooked for her. This bitch was my friend. Like I thought this girl was my friend. But I also agree that because of who Maddie is, she should control how she fights at this point because she's close. She's close to that ceiling, and
the Libra scales are getting very unbalanced with her when it comes to this, and that's more my concern than anything else. Honestly, I could give a fuck if everybody wants to. If tomorrow is going to be a whole lot of people talking about you shaming people for being assaulted and all this. Baby.
Okay.
No.
Michelle, hi, welcome to the platform, love. What?
Thank you, baby. Thank you. I'm Coco Bean.
Coco.
Yes, baby. I'm Coco Bean. It's my first time coming up here, but let me tell you something. I just want to say this. Mm-hmm. I love T.S, but sometimes you can't always respond. You get ready to lose a lot of following for no reason. I don't care what Tasha K said. It didn't really have nothing to do with Tasha K because y'all been beefing. It had something to do with Netta. Netta is somebody that we didn't like Tasha K said, we knew about them people, but we didn't ask no question as a kid. We thought she was a woman. Okay, but you keep coming out like you got titties at the top and dick at the. Okay, we know that. It's time to stop. That's all we saying. It's about woman. Stop it. Keep getting your paper, but you can't lose it because you losing us. It's about women. Oh well, I get residuals. I get this and this and that. Okay, everybody's hurting now. We don't need that coming in our lives. Miss Netta, we are related too. Because she didn't have to do this thing that she had to do. I'm not saying that Miss T.S is not getting her money. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's enough with it. We know who you are. We know you're not a woman. It's okay.
Well,
it's enough with it. What I'm saying is we know T.S is not a woman.
She's not female.
We know that.
She got she's a trans woman.
Yes, you ain't got to keep throwing it in our throats.
Like her to do a Coco, like are you saying that at this point, because of where she is, that you would just like her to be Beyonce to the shit? Like, just pay the shit. Just pay it.
I wouldn't think that she needs to pay it at the end of the day, because now that they saying that hell, she didn't even write that, Gino on that. But we're gonna be quiet on that. What I'm saying to you is Conscious. It's okay. You don't have to respond every time somebody doesn't agree with you. What I mean by that is saying that you don't have a period or you're not a biological woman. The most followers is women, biological women like I am, that follows you.
But what
it's enough.
Your women, like the ones in the chat who's saying it doesn't bother me every time she say it. Like, it's a lot of bio women.
It doesn't. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that it seems like there's not a total consensus even amongst the bio community regarding how things should be handled. Because a lot of bio women are like, yeah, get her ass. Get her motherfucking ass. Don't let a bitch punk fake you.
You know why they doing that? Because you don't talk about nobody's kids. You can talk about their mother and their father, their husband.
Now, damn
their wife.
Being a part of the Black and brown community, that mamas is motherfucking off limit. And that's when the kids got married, is when Tasha ass went for her mama a few months ago. And that's when she returned the favor by coming for them damn kids. In the Black community, that is the one thing that'll get your ass whooped is bringing somebody mama into the street fight.
Yes, but what's wrong with saying? Okay, but Conscious. What's wrong with saying you are looking like your mother? What's wrong with saying that?
What she initially said, like what she said, what she called Miss Mary.
Well, she did it in a nasty way. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. CTV. I love you, baby. She did do it in a nasty way. But ain't no wrong with saying you.
She called her mom. She called her mom a handicap, Coco. She called Miss Mary a handicap.
Yeah. Yes, she did.
But we're shaming Miss Mary and her bad knees.
It wasn't like we didn't see that woman on the walker and in a wheelchair.
Okay, but we can argue the same thing, that it ain't like we don't know that Tasha K has shipped her son over to Africa in an AliExpress box.
Yeah, you're right about that. Look, I ain't got no dog in this fight.
It's very much. I get what you're saying, Conscious. People want to think it's imbalanced, about the reactions versus what they are reacting to. But in actuality, there are arguments that can be made for both sides that it is very fair and equal across
Yeah,
the
that's
board
true.
at this point.
That's true.
And
That's true.
and like I said,
That's true.
sometimes, yes, there's a good percentage of people who are card carrying mob members that will be in those comments telling her to pay this shit dust and not bring this up. And believe me, when I was in this last live, I was in the comments like, no, let's not do this. Why are we doing this? We going a little too far with this.
Y'all are so, you know what? Nobody.
It depends. It depends on.
Nobody said, "Oh, business no more." Y'all be knowing.
No, it's just honestly, I think people pick and choose. Pick and choose what they want to be, what they want to be upset about.
I'm gonna have to even hold the triggered people up. Y'all be knowing that there be smoke, there be fire, and then y'all be knowing, y'all be in the conversation seeing that, okay, here we go. We know that it's about to go up, and then y'all will sit there and expose yourself to the so-called triggers, and then be like, I'm triggered. If you know that you are in the middle of two people who have a no holds barred philosophy when it comes to battle, then those are the altercations. All the triggered people are going to have to make themselves responsible for staying their ass at home.
Okay, but you gotta understand too. I mean, everybody's opinion is like an asshole. I mean, like when she put up there the last time of her being on, and I respond like, okay, I'm with TK, you need to stop this. She was like, well, ain't anybody going along with bum ass trashy K. Now you a bum. Wait a minute, I work every day. Ain't nobody said all that. I said I love you. Hey, it's time to stop though. If you making all this money, it's time to stop. Because I ain't making that money like that.
We are, you know, I'm gonna say this as a lot of times when people in the fandom comment on their faves posts, they sometimes don't think that they'll ever be seen or ever get responded to. And I've been responded to by several people before with taking what I said in a negative way when it was not intended that way and gotten clapped back at too. So believe me, I gotta say, okay, I got a story.
You got dragged to the floor, John.
Oh, girl.
You done got chewed up down there.
This guy Neva done cussed me out on more than one occasion over some comments back in the day. Back in the day when they had their blog.
And look at how good those ass whippings turned out for you. Now you're keeping it cute. So Madison is just applying the whip until Unhinged falls into place.
Very true.
She's just being consistent in her disciplinary behavior toward Unhinged.
At this point, Miss Transrena is basically becoming another Gary Coleman. That's really what it's about to turn into with this. It's just gonna be that. It's just gonna be here forever, and every once in a while they're gonna peek their head up out the water to see if they could keep up with the bullshit.
Okay, so how about this? I'll call it even with y'all. I think after tonight, Madison just need to leave it, girl. You got the last word, but more importantly,
she's not gonna have time to focus on it. She got work she got to do. That she about to be gone for a whole month.
Madison will be on the Greyhound and open up her phone and address T.S. Madison. Madison will open up the phone during lunch break to address Unhinged.
Maybe.
Madison will find the time, even if she got to make it a part of the show. If she got to make it a part of the work, damn it.
But CCV, why does she always got to address somebody that tells her that she's not a woman? I don't understand that.
I wonder if
why does she got to go so hard of that?
I wonder if a part of the pressure to respond to Unhinged is because Unhinged has a substantial platform on YouTube, and so Maddox is like,
I get that.
This is one of my peers, and your platform too big, bitch, and I'm not gonna let you use your platform to disrespect the shit out of me.
Right.
It's work.
Mm-hmm.
Your platform
Yes.
is way, even though you got a million robots there, it's still a million.
I'm gonna say it's more so it's more so the jealousy. It's more so that you're not a woman and you're jealous of me. That's really what the trigger is for her. It's always somebody sitting there telling her that she's jealous of them and they're not even close to what her level is. How am I? Because that was what she kept bringing up in the law too, which I was okay with. Like, but okay, sis, I'm jealous of you. I've been jealous of you. I'm jealous of you, your husband, your ability to have kids, your kids. I'm jealous of all these things, including your debt to Cardi B. I'm jealous of that. You got me. You know, and that, you know, that'd be the gag because they always want to call her jealous, but it's like, obviously you were the one in her house being jealous of what she had going on over there.
Mm-hmm. You right.
Because here's the thing, I've been in plenty of fights with people over the years, and I ain't never called another bitch jealous of me. Because I ain't never been jealous of anybody. What people have is for them, like Miss Mary says.
I don't think that T.S. Madison is jealous of any motherfucking body. I think that T.S. Madison has a don't start none, won't be none type of attitude. And depending on what the criticism is,
don't start shit in public with her. That's really what her attitude is. If you start the shit in public, she gonna keep addressing it in public.
And at this point, T.S. Madison doesn't have a reason to find any. She doesn't have an incentive to not say whatever she gonna say because once again, she been able to drag how she drags and get to where she is still. So, what is the real incentive to be like? Let me stop. Like, stop for what?
Okay, CTV. Sorry, my real incentive is RuPaul. Now, yes, I'm a 1975 baby, and TS is not too far behind me in the age. But to say that this and that, and I'm looking at her like, no. You know, it's other people that came before you. Now, is it more open now? Yes, it is. But RuPaul, to me, opened that up. And I may be wrong. You know, I may be wrong. I'm a bi woman. So I may be wrong in that. I didn't even know that RuPaul was a transgender or whatever. Or whatever he is.
RuPaul is a drag queen. RuPaul is
a drag queen.
Female impersonator.
Okay, but I feel like TS is a drag queen. Am I wrong?
Technically, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, by definition.
A drag queen. A drag queen is someone who, to Johnson's point, they impersonate females, so they don't live as a woman. But for career purposes, they impersonate women. A trans woman is somebody who lives and assimilates to women in their real lives. So this is something that you see of them in their home, outside their home, in the workplace, in the family unit. You know, this is like who they are per se, instead of what they do.
The easy equivalency is basically drag queens who are non-trans drag queens get to take their drag off at the end of the day, and they live their life as male. Trans people do not take that off, and they live with the person that they feel that they are. So
I have an even more simpler analogy or metaphor. A Coco is that your weird?
Yes.
Is that your real hair? That's your natural hair?
Yes.
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 Okay. Think of the drag
Yes.
queen as the wig. Think of the trans woman as the hair on your head. The wig can come on. It can come off.
Mhm.
Wig comes off.
Mhm.
Your hair,
Yes.
that's you.
That's me.
That's you.
Yes,
That's
that's
you all
me.
day. Okay, yeah. So the trans will be your natural hair, and the drag queen will be the wig. Something that you can just put on and off at your discretion. Now,
Mm-hmm.
okay, let's actually finish listening to some of this read. Let's get a little further into this
Okay.
read. Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
If I'm the real one, why do you feel that you need to go after a man in a motherfucking wig? When I tell your kids ass out the socket, bitch, tearing them up for how they look, I know it irritates and irks you. See, I know what I am. I know what I get up and do. I stand up and pee every time I get ready to, or I sit down and pee when I get ready. Bitch, I'm all things. I'm all of the things. I will operate in duality. When I look at you and I see that you always reflecting over your pussy, and I hear you talk about your pussy, and I'm like, is this the same pussy that when your mama was over there smoking all that fucking crack, bitch, and couldn't save you from that nigga sticking his big thumb in that bitch, rolling it around? Is this that same pussy you talking about? Sure. See, I know why you hurt and you bitter.
You said
You sit back and you talk about me wanting my daddy. No, bitch, you wanted your mother for years to show up for you. And that's a sad thing. Like, I wouldn't know what it's like for my mama to be laying up smoking gallons of crack. And I'm laying on the sofa and her nigga come in there and put his motherfucking finger in my pussy. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what that's like. But I see what it's like by the way that you are towards Black women, you towards gay people, you towards men. I see what it's like. I see what it's like. And it's ugly. And my heart actually weeps for you. When I sit back and I analyze, really what it is, my heart weeps for you that your pussy, your garbage pussy that you got right now was motherfucking used and abused by some stranger while your mama was laying up there smoking fucking crack. I see why you drink so much. I see why a trainee, a transsexual, a faggot, a tranny, a man in a wig irks you. I see. Because the woman that was supposed to protect you, bitch, let the nigga get on top of you and fuck you while she was smoking crack. Wow. We've gotten to the root of the issue. Since you done got to the root of the issue with me that I miss my daddy, you needed your mama not to let that man get on top of you and fuck you in your funky ass pussy while she was smoking crack. Forgive her.
Wait, y'all. I don't know if I'm gonna be able. I don't know if we can be.
And you see why I said what I said, because it just kind of keeps going.
It's one of those things that, like, you're watching somebody justifiably be angry and have a reason to speak back disrespectfully to somebody, but
let's be clear, she's analyzing her.
But the things they're saying is so disrespectful, but the way they're saying it is in a funny way, and there's no way to explain why you're laughing, because people are going to think you're laughing at what's being said rather than how what's being said is being said. But this is another one of my issues is as hard of a listen as this is, because it gets into trauma and it gets into all of this, is in this situation, I have to stand by the fact that Unhinged opened the door for this. You came for this one. You came for this woman's trauma. You came for her mother. You came for her identity, which is coming for every experience that has been had by this woman. T.S. has been through the ringer as a trans woman, from having guns put on her to her own experiences with men and being the child that was rejected and not accepted and put on the streets. She's been through all of that shit, and her trauma is connected to that identity that Tasha is trying to invalidate. And the reason Tasha goes for it is because she's aware that most queer people's identity is attached to their trauma. That's the whole point of coming for the identity. That's the whole point of coming and trying to invalidate queer people's experience, because you're trying to touch that thing that you know is soft, because you know what most queer people have been through. You know most queer people have been disposed of. You know most queer people have dealt with self-deletion and all this self-harm and all this societal shit have been essayed the whole nine. Like, you know that this is why people do it. This is why this is Unhinged only comeback. This is her
where they've had to hide them.
I'm going to either come for your mother, but I don't want you to come for my son. I'm going to come for the person you came out of, but you can't come for the person that came out of me. It's going to be a versus battle. And I'm going to come for your trans identity, because I know that's connected to your trauma, the way that now Maddie is going to come for trans Rena's trauma that's connected to her SA. And it is an uncomfortable fucking listen.
And what's more uncomfortable about it is the fact that she's analyzing her. Is the fact that she is putting it in a way saying, okay, well, so I understand why you keep coming for me the way that you're coming for me. It's because this happened to you.
But
and it's because and here are the reasons why you keep doing this, because these people didn't protect you. And I think that in a way makes it more uncomfortable to hear than if she was just going off the way that she normally would. It was the calmness, I think, that unnerved me about this. It was how calm she was.
Well, that's because she was reading her as if that broccoli was already done.
That's very true.
Yeah, she was reading her that the broccoli was already done. And I want to respond to what Amia Lean said in the comment, that's not going for her, though. She had no choice in her parents being neglectful and not protecting her. But T.S. Madison had no choice in her daddy not. Hold on. But T.S. Madison had no choice either in her daddy not being in her life and her mama not accepting her as a trans woman, which is what led to her being in the streets to fend for herself to begin with. So you're talking about two individuals who did not have a choice in what they inherited as individuals. That's not just the case for Tasha. That's equally the case for T.S. Madison too. And once again, this is what I mean by, okay, I'm cool with the people saying Maddie went too low, but it seemed like it's disproportionate. People don't think that what Unhinged did was just as fucked up and trauma triggering and trauma centered as what T.S. Madison is saying to Unhinged. Well, if there's going to be outrage, equally be outraged and hold them both accountable, which is why I can respect what Pretty Brown Mimi has said. That period. This is just toxic on both sides. It was bullet for bullet. It's blood for blood. It's sword for sword. I mean, they both are slicing at each other.
Yes, on both sides. Yes,
and that's where. And here's the thing. So, sometimes most people, when people get into these reading matches with each other or there's shade being thrown or whatever, we come in kind of, for the laughs, the kiki, the entertainment of it all. But then there comes to be a point where it stops being entertaining and it becomes way too toxic. And I think we have reached that level. And at a certain point, other people, you know, because this isn't like, it's gotten toxic at this point, because even when Madison has gone back and forth with Miss My Neck, My Wig over the years, there's always been a level of entertainment in those battles. And mind you too, the entertainment sometimes comes from us in the comments. Let's not forget one of TS's most viral memes where she's laughing and crying and unable to speak was because us in the comments were dragging My Neck, My Wig so badly that she couldn't even talk. She was laughing so hard and crying with the tears running down her face at the level of reading the comments section was giving. This isn't that. This is like, I don't even want to be commenting.
You know why though? But you know why, Jonathan? The difference between My Neck, My Wig and Unwind with Opioids is, even though Kaya goes low and she knows how to also hit that bottom dollar too, in their situation, and Kaya did also come for Maddie's mother and all. I mean, she came for everything. She said everything. But I think the difference is the way that Kaya does what she does, as low and as like, did she really say that, as it can be, it still feels like there's a entertainment edge to it, and it's just Kaya talking hella fucking shit. But with Unhinged, because this is her energy, it seems like when this bitch says ugly shit, it's actually like really coming from a malicious place. Like, it's like, I want you to wrap a rope around your neck. And this is the argument that Cardi B made on the stand. And when they cross-examined Unhinged about it, she said that she didn't care whether Cardi B was driven to self-harm, because entertaining her audience comes first. And she felt like at the end of the day, Cardi B could afford therapy if she was that butthurt over the situation. So Tasha has admitted that her psychology is, I will say anything that can be said if it has any type of viral potential or reaction potential, and I don't even have enough of a humanity to have a conviction about what the fuck I say, because I treat these people I talk about in a very non-human way. I see them as non-human. So there's no humanity at all in my commentary about these people I don't consider humans. And then that leads me to not giving a fuck about the way they internalize whatever I'm saying, whether they take it to heart. Because Cardi B sat on that stand and cried and talked about going through months and months of therapy, how she didn't want to have sex with her husband, how she was insecure about even kissing her child, etc., because of just the narrative that had been created by Unhinged, and there was no remorse. So I think for T.S Madison, she's like, first of all, I'm talking to a cold bitch. I think Madison feel like,
about that.
Hold on. I feel like Madison probably feels like y'all criticizing me about the way I'm coming at her almost feels like y'all criticizing me about rebuking the devil. Like, because I think she sees Unhinged equivalent. Like, this woman has no heart, no coldness. There's nothing to respect to begin with. There's nothing to respect. She doesn't have a humanity for me to consider. She doesn't have a personhood for me to consider. She doesn't have any of that.
And you're very, I think you're right. And I think you're hitting the nail on the head with that. That is the difference. That really is the difference. You know, Miss Transrena has really showed us that regardless if she's gonna sit here and talk about her mental health and how this is all affecting her and all this other stuff, she has really showed us over the years that there is a level of just non-emotion that she has for anyone and any of their, It's almost like, I hate to say this, it reminds me kind of like the level of non-emotion that like Wendy used to show people in the way that she would go after people. You know, just that whole cold-hearted thing, like, I'm gonna say, I don't give a shit like how this makes you feel or how it affects you, X, Y, and Z. And I'm not talking about Wendy and her talk show days. I'm talking about the Wendy from her radio days. Because Wendy was a whole lot fucking worse when she was on the fucking radio.
Ruthless.
That's what I'm saying. It's that level. Like, Tasha has showed us that she has that level of ruthlessness, which is why a lot of people don't feel sorry for her, and which is why a lot of people are like, it don't, like, why do we care? Why do we care that Madison's reading her this way?
Why
should we
do
care? She don't fucking care about the shit that she say about people. And
but on top of that, people are like, oh, her kid has nothing to do with it. It's Unhinged who need to allow her kid to have everything to do with it, because had she considered her child, she would have never got her ass into $4.1 million worth of debt when she had the opportunity to cease and fucking desist. That could have been $1.4 million going into her children's education, going into their future, going into the generations of her fucking grandbabies. But instead, she chose to want to be with the fame shit and want to be with the clout chasing shit and wanted to be with the come up shit, and had the irrational idea that she was going to win her lawsuit based upon her constitutional right to say what the fuck she thought she had the right to fucking say. Not considering that that only applies to government and church, not to everyday citizens, bitch, which is why lawsuits exist. So when so if I was Madison, I would be like, the audacity of you guys to focus on what I'm saying about this bitch giving up her child and the situation that she brought her children into. Y'all should be more outraged about the situation she brought her children into. Y'all should be more outraged about the fact that she got one child over in Africa that doesn't even see her but once a year, when she builds a boat out of banana peels and scoots and water skeets her ass over there to the continent. But she has a daughter over here in the States, and while the daughter is here in the States, Tasha is all over the internet mud stumping niggas in those little kitten heels. Y'all don't remember that viral moment that went viral a few months ago when Tasha was at some event and she was trying to stomp out another nigga, a nigga who could have unalived her ass, a nigga who could have shot the block up. Did she give a fuck to go back to her daughter? Do she make sure that when she step outside her house or turn on her screen that she's considering the safety and the well-being economically or physically of her fucking children? So to focus on what another bitch on the internet saying about somebody's children and to really take the emphasis off of the woman who had the goddamn children and the situation she put them in every goddamn day as a result of how she decided to live her fucking life, I think is a misnomer, personally. It's a misnomer.
Really tell us how you really feel. I mean, god damn.
Once again, the logic is very logicking with you right now. Everything that you just said is very logical. And that's honestly, the sad thing is like, nobody should be, anybody who doesn't like Tasha at this point should even be caring enough to go see what the fuck she's doing over there. I could give two shits what the fuck Tasha's doing. I don't go over there and see what she's doing. I don't even see half this shit until it's being brought, to hear by somebody else, because that's how much I pretty much do not care about Tasha. Whatever Tasha's
First
doing.
of all, we don't really care about Unhinged, but we do care about Unhinged. That's the thing. T.S made it a big ass deal about Miss Netta, and then she had a backpedal. And bring it back on TK. I'm gonna use that initials, TK. Let's stop it. Who really cares? You know what I'm saying? My thing is, are you really just because Netta got a man? And we trying to figure out who your man. We don't need to know who your man is. But T.S, you supposed to be this famous, all this money. I like you just showing who you are. not beefing with nobody. That TK stuff, it needs to cease. Who cares? You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Anybody who's been
Mm.
following Madison for the last decade,
I've been following her. Yeah, I've been following her.
Here's the thing.
Mhm.
Madison has always been Madison, and she has always, unfortunately, had issues with people. Not that she went actively seeking to have those issues with those people. And so there's always been that kind of discourse going on back and forth. And let's be very clear. She didn't want to have no issue with Netta. She really didn't. And I hate to say this.
She don't. And they've even jumped on the phone and talked about it.
It was a combination again. So the Netta situation was a combination of the fans being messy, a certain co-host being messy.
I got that point of it.
And
but
Madison,
my thing is, she's so big that she should just shut it down. She shouldn't even respond. All I'm saying is she shouldn't have responded. You know, she shouldn't have responded. Really
and you're right. Maybe sometimes she doesn't need to address.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. Yes, I'm a fan of hers. Everything, just because somebody say you don't have a period, you don't need to respond. Who cares? We know you don't.
But that's not what she had responded to, Coco. She was responding to Just Hilarious coming back, like hitting low. She was keeping the conversation like elevated and about the actual thing with trans, etc. Jess
and let's kind of agreeing with Jess to begin with, and then
she was actually kind of agreeing with her.
But do you ever think that Jess need to settle down too? You gonna have a baby. We know you're a woman. Sit down.
She pregnant.
Too. Sit down.
She's pregnant right now.
Exactly. Oh yeah, she can have a baby. She can have a baby. I mean, we done.
I'm gonna drop the link for some more folks to come up here because there's a lot.
I just said I don't follow Jess either, so I don't know if she had that baby or if she's pregnant again with.
No, she can have that baby. But what I'm saying is,
it felt like it felt like she'd have been pregnant for 2 years now.
That part
exactly. It's that part. But what I'm saying to you, CTV, I love you, but let me tell you something. I'm going to get off here.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is, I want us to stop it. We know who is who, what you can do and what you can't do. What I mean by biological, who cares? Who cares? This world's man. Anyways, I love you.
I love you too, Coco. Thank you, baby, for being here.
Thank you. Hi.
Coco says she just wanted to be peace in the Middle East, baby. That's it. That's all. Hey, Dazzle.
Hey, you guys. How you guys doing?
We're good. How you doing?
Good.
I am good. I've been watching Tasha K and T.S Madison. I was introduced to T.S Madison through the Queen's Court with Kaya, and I've seen a lot. You know, if you followed everything, you've seen a lot. So when it comes to T.S Madison and Tasha K, honestly, I have to agree with T.S. Madison because she did befriend her, and T.S. Madison, you know, fed her, was kind to her, and things like that. And I don't like the fact that she could turn that quick against somebody. And I also feel like, well, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, if you coming for somebody's sexuality, you coming for their mother, you're coming for all these things, it's all fair game at this point. I mean, I can't tell T.S. Madison how to fight, and we should not be shocked about what she says. Because at the end of the day, I mean, this woman is saying all these crazy things about her, so I don't see a big issue at this point. At this point, it's fair game. At this point,
okay, so let me be devil's advocate a little bit, Dazzle. Like Coco and Jonathan are saying, it kind of regurgitates Maddie's own words where you're never going to take my money. You're never going to take my spot. You're never going to any of those things. I think what Jonathan and Coco is saying is that if that's the case, then you absolutely don't have anything to say anymore. You have I think she even used the word transcend, that she has transcended. So with that being the case, you have the luxury of a bitch being able to say whatever they want to fucking say. And it never even making it into your peripheral, because nothing that a bitch says, now that you have successfully completed your journey down the yellow brick road, can take my money, can take my motherfucking spot. Bitch, I'm one of one. So I think maybe what some of the supporters are saying is, Maddie, you've made it, girl. You actually can rest, honey. You can take flight, baby. You in the air now, bitch. You ain't got to look down no more, bitch. Like, you in a whole other stratosphere, girl. Like, you don't have to roll around with Unhinged, who ain't even interested in being a mama to 1 out of 2 of her black and brown ass children. Like, you ain't got to do that, boo. Like, girl, you beyond this bitch who got to stay enslaved to the system.
Yes, that is true. That is true. However, here's the problem. We're human and we don't live in a perfect world. In a perfect world, I'll take my money, I'll take my piece, and I wouldn't care what she says. But at the end of the day, we are human. So, and if I have time and if I feel like it, hey, I'm going to meet you where you at and we can fight. Why not? I don't see no. I mean, with Maddie, I do feel like she doesn't have to.
Don't fight. Please don't fight.
I mean, verbally, not
unless
physically,
y'all gonna go down to Zeus and pull a Natalie
verbally
and pull a and pull a Natalie and probably please don't have no street fight and get no charges for each other.
No charges. I mean, verbally. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I mean, she is very well off. She doesn't have to respond to anything. And out of anything, nothing is going to change. She's still going to have her money. She's still going to have her success. She's going to have all these things.
Maybe that's why. But with that said, maybe that's also why Madison feels the need to respond, because, bitch, I'm not going nowhere, so why not respond? I have the luxury of...
Yes, I got time.
I have the luxury of putting on... I have the luxury of keeping my spot, keeping my money, and cussing the eyeballs out of you hoes. So, really, I'm living an ideal life. I'm living.
Yeah, and I think it comes from frustration too.
But people like Jonathan, and it is a logical concern, is because you plugged into the advocacy thing and you plugged into some people who have very tight public images, who are very tight about their public images. As an advocate, it's probably not good for you as someone creating safe space for queer people to call another woman's husband the F word.
Okay,
that might be a contradiction of your advocacy. It might not be good, baby, as a queer person who is saying that you're creating safe spaces for women to then indulge in a low vibrational way about the essay of another person in the black and brown community. Now, I understand what Madison's attitude is. Madison's attitude is, I'm talking to one bitch, and this bitch started with me. She calling for me, so y'all need to separate one thing from the other. But to Jonathan's point, we know that ain't the way business and brands work. They're not compartmentalized, because all it takes is for somebody to carve out something that Madison says and then insert that somewhere, and then a narrative can be driven about that across the board. And a brand is not going to go through the motions of, oh, let's put it all together. She said this in the context of this happening, and this is, they don't do all that. Just like,
because I give you a good example, because if I don't know you, oh my bad.
Just like when the baby said the things that he said, his ass lost everything. He lost 1 trillion endorsements. They cut they unplugged his motherfucking ass from the USB. Like, from the root, they unplugged his ass. So I do understand what Jonathan's saying too, because Madison is not even a white trans woman who has privilege to rest on. She is a black trans woman who has transcended. So her spot is even more fragile because of the issue of racism and all of that. And it's not fair that she may have to tiptoe a little bit more. She may have to be a bit more disciplined than her white trans counterparts because of the issue of her not having privilege. But it will probably be in her best interest to not ever make an exception to the rule, to just be focused on her focus, like Coco and Jonathan is saying, because the same people, I'm gonna ask you this, Adazzle, for the people who saying, fuck that, Madison, go hard, you bitch, you can't come down. If her ass was to come down, what would be the feedback? If she was to lose a spot, what would be the feedback? If she wasn't able to access a certain space because these things are going to be traveling behind her and are going to be used to justify her not getting certain opportunities. What's going to be the feedback for the crew that said go hard or go home?
Okay, well, that's what I was actually going to say. Let me add that in. So it's almost like a Cardi B thing, right? If you're not following and you're not into the know of anything and you're just coming in and you see somebody say some stuff like that, it would turn you off. And not only that, with Cardi B, a lot of times she's responding to people, but they clip out her stuff and they make it into something else, and then she gets negative feedback. So I get what you're saying exactly with that, because actually, like what she was just saying just now, somebody can literally use that and then manipulate it and make it into a Maddie doesn't like black women and look what she said about this black baby type thing. And it would cause something and it would be a storm. So I get that, and it would be negative. That would be the blowback. That would be the feedback, and she would have to, she could lose an opportunity with that. So, and it would look bad, and it would look like a hate train, but it would be based off of propaganda from clips and things like that. Not saying the details. So I get that.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was, at the end of the day, I mean, she doesn't have to. But if she got the time, if you wanted to clap back at this point, that lady did say enough to, from what we know, if we've been following from what we know, Tasha did say enough about her that, look, if she says something back, we should not be mad about what she says at this point. But I understand the ramifications. I understand the bigger issue. The bigger issue is she's bigger than that. But also, with Tasha K, she's doing the same thing as she would do to Cardi B. She wants to ride a coattail. She wants to keep being in salacious news. She wants to keep that. So really, Madison is feeding into what she wants. She wants this. That's why she keeps doing it. That's why she keeps talking about Cardi B, because obviously she's going to get money. But that's what I kind of think. But I don't blame her for talking about her, though. That's all I'm saying. I don't blame her, but I understand the bigger gratification. The bigger issue.
Yeah, I ain't mad at it either. But I don't want to see her take no L's either, like in her actual career. So I'm hoping that, yeah, like you said, I understand it. And I understand the art of getting with a bitch, because I'm damn near, I become the same bitch when a motherfucker is has gone there. But
yeah, you meet that hoe where she at.
but at the same time, yeah, I don't want her taking no L's. I don't want to take no L's in her career. And it reminds me of what happened to Justin J just a few months ago, where somebody took a soundbite from one of his commentaries about being HIV positive and still participating in unprotected sex, even though he's participating in unprotected sex responsibly, like he's telling his partners, etc. But somebody had removed all of that context from his video and had edited in a way to make it seem like he was just out here spreading HIV. And then it caused a shitstorm against him, and he was just getting dragged from left to right across the internet, and the whole conversation had been taken out of context. So when you feed the pigeons, then you might become pigeon food. You know, and some of the stuff we can avoid because what we say, it just will exist forever, and that allows other people to remix shit, to re-edit shit. But I think in this case, when we are like, when we have the opportunity to speak intentionally as people who got something to lose, I can understand the people who are saying, consider what you got to lose and find another way, because is Tasha K ultimately going to be worth a loss in any regard? And why should she become a loss when she's not responsible for all the work you've done to get to where the fuck you are? Why should she be used as a means for you to end up as in a situation you don't have to be? And that's more than likely what, now that we're talking about it, that's more than likely what Unhinged's strategy is. I know that TS is easily triggered by me. I know she's going to fall for the okie dokie. I know exactly what she's going to say in response to me. And then I'm going to use her response to damage her. And that don't even have to look like Tasha K doing the damage herself. Tasha K could secretly have an editor take some of this stuff that Madison is saying, edit it in a certain way, and send it out to all of Maddie's sponsors, send it out to people who she's contracting with, sending it out, etc. I mean, this could be done in a very like backhanded way where Tasha's hand is never even seen in it at all. You know, and Madison would have walked into it by using the opportunity to fight with Tasha as her justification to go low with Tasha. We saw that this infamous statement, when they go low, I go to hell by Funky, and that also led his ass out of a $250,000 ass check. It's not quite ending up too well for people who, I'm not gonna say it ended up well, because you can recalibrate, but the question is, what is the point of the loss really? What is really the point of a preventable loss? Why have to lose when you can win? Why have to take any level of L off of a bitch who can't win to save their life? Tasha K couldn't even win $15 off of a $15 scratch off to save her life, yet alone be at any of the tables that TS can be in. But as somebody also who does my fair share of dragging and gagging and tearing the follicles out of motherfucker scalps, is I know for me, sometimes a situation just feels worth it to me, because I feel sometimes so overly blessed that I don't mind losing a blessing or two for a bitch, because I ain't gonna really feel it. So like the cup runs over. So you know, I can fight a little bit, bitch. You know, my cup runs over, ho. My cup bleedeth over. I'm not in such a claustrophobic space that if I just go wrong one time, ho, that it's just all gonna come crashing down. No, baby, I already planned my escape route before I even address this low vibrational bitch. So even if there is an injury, ho, it'll be a misdemeanor injury. It won't be anything that I'm gonna actually motherfucking feel. I'm already winning again. So you know that's the way that the demon part of my brain works. It's like, girl, you don't need that blessing right there. Go ahead and let that go. You don't need that. I already done calculated, just so I can justify a bitch being worth it. So I know that's probably what's going on with Maddie. Is Maddie's like, girl, at the end of the day, bitch, my bills are going to be paid. I don't. Yes, it's nice to sit with certain people. Yes, it's nice to you know. But at the end of the day, bitch, my bottom line is my checks are going to roll forever, and because they're going to roll forever, I'm willing to take the consequences of going at a bitch if it costs me socially a little bit. Fine, bitch. I don't go out my house like that any motherfucking way, ho. I make my money from sitting in front of my camera and from doing what I do. And now that I done so much for so long, bitch, I'm gonna have checks coming in from Viacom and MTV and BET Plus and Disney Plus and Carowinds and Six Flags for the rest of my existence, bitch. So the lights will always stay the fuck on no matter what. And because that's the case, every now and again, I'll make an exception for one of you girls and I'll take my chances on losing a blessing or two because that comes in abundance. How does that feel to you, Jonathan? A bitch who thinks like that, who rations like that. You know, I ration like that sometimes.
I agreed with everything that you just said. I really do. And with that, I think I'm going to say my good nights and let everybody else weigh in on this. So I'm going to say good night, y'all.
Huh?
I said, I'm going to say good night, everybody, and let everyone else weigh in on this for now.
All right. Good night, Jonathan. Thank you for being up here, Dora.
Good night.
Well, thank you for that dazzle.
Yeah, and my last question before I leave, because I really want to ask this, because it was kind of making me think. Do you think because of Tasha K's reputation, like the stuff with the Cardi B lawsuit, her admitted to lying and things like that, and how she goes after celebrities, do you think when it comes to like celebrities and people who, you know, are the movers and shakers, do they feel like, in a sense, it's okay to talk down on Tasha K because she has been acting the way she's, you know, going about things the way she's been going about, to the point that if a celebrity does curse her out, they're not going to lose anything because they already know, because people already know the type of person
Tasha
she
K
is.
has so many enemies, and she is looked at as fish food at the bottom of the aquarium. And because she has branded herself in a way that has made her kind of infamous in the industry, there's nobody who's also, as you just said, there is nobody interested in defending Tasha K. So T.S. Madison probably knows that. So she knows that the bulk of the backlash will just be from Tasha's followers and just from like scuttlebutt on the internet. But it'll never like rise to the cream. You know, like the cream will never rise to the top because Tasha K don't exist in any area up there because those areas are all about respectability politics, which Tasha K does not play into to begin with. And because Tasha does the same thing that people are accusing Madison of doing in terms of how low folk can go, like ain't nobody gonna be like probably spanking Maddie on the ass because of Tasha K. So I think that sometimes, a lot of people will take their chances and drag the shit out of Tasha because they know that she don't have enough equity for there to be a reprimanding, you know, because
That's what I thought.
Like Tasha K is untrustworthy, which is also shortchange her because the industry and navigating the industry is all about secrets. It's all about maintaining secrets. And people want to do business with people and sit next to people who know how to keep their mouth closed. With Tasha being so vocal about the fact that I'm a whoop, I ain't nobody my friend. She's made herself indirectly a enemy of the bigger industry. So she has to like create situations for herself to be employed in. Like this tour and all that shit. She gotta do like Tubi movies and she gotta like hang low and ultimately do her own thing because she's somebody who people in the industry would like be terrified of because they know that they're going to have to, they know that everything is up for grabs and that just makes the industry disinterested in Tasha K. So Tasha K don't have no protection. The only people that are going to really defend her are her fan base, and the only people that are going to defend her are the people who may support Maddie, but also may find some of the things that Maddie says sometimes to be very, very triggering. But Maddie also knows that doesn't rise, like that cream don't rise to the top. So she takes her chances any fucking way. She takes her chances anyway.
That's what I thought, because I don't really like, because I know Madison went on another content creator channel and she was talking, and when she was like, the people that she sits in rooms and they don't care about none of what you niggas are saying. And I was like, she right. So no, because he went on another creative content. I mean, another creative channel on his live, and she was talking to him recently, and she was basically telling people at the end of the day, you know, the people I sit in rooms with, they don't care about what y'all saying. I mean, out of anything, they tell her, well, you know, I hope to never get on your bad side. You know, out of anything, you know, and that's it. They're still going to do business with her.
Yeah.
So to me, honestly speaking, yeah, she may have said some things that was very hard to digest. And if you are triggered, you're going to be triggered. But I don't really see her losing real opportunities because of, for one, who she's talking to and who she's talking about, and what that person has been doing to her and other celebrities that's been very, you know, very out there. Everyone's seeing what she has been doing. So to me, I still feel like Madison's going to be blessed with, you know, even with this going on, her work is not going to be deterred. She, like she said, she still has things like projects that hasn't even been aired yet and things like that. She got residuals. She got all these things. She's going to be fine.
For sure. She definitely be fine. That's a period.
Yeah. So that's my take on everything, though. But thank you, Conscious, and thank you
so much,
everybody for allowing me on the platform.
Of course.
Thank you.
That was our dazzle, you guys. I do want to play a little bit more of this because I had missed the whole thing. But I want to get Perp and Ron and IG in here, and then I'll resume the read. And then if you guys want to circle back around and comment on further commentary from Maddie, we can. But Perp, welcome to the platform, boo. Your thoughts?
Hey, boo. Your hair is looking flawless.
Thank you, love. Thank you.
I just want you to know that makeup brush won't gonna save you. Just like my halo is tarnished, you're in trouble right along with me, okay?
I needed a gag. Perp. I needed a gag because I was like, oh, God.
Look, did you see my comment time out? I saw you trying not to give birth to your laughter.
Yes.
Makeup.
I was also trying not to destroy my teeth by grinding from just how I didn't know what to expect because I didn't see
ready.
it. So I was like, yeah, I was like, Madison must have really did her big one because this shit is like going viral all over Twitter. But I think for me, it was just how descriptive Maddie is in describing Tasha's abandonment and the SA, and it's just a lot because it's not, even though Tasha K, I obviously don't fuck with Tasha K, but I can understand, and I don't feel sorry for Tasha at all. I want to make that clear. I don't feel sorry for her, and I don't give a damn what T.S. Madison says about Tasha K. I don't care what anybody says about Tasha K. Tasha K is somebody who is clear about the fact that she's going to say what the fuck she want to say, even if it's going to cost her $4.1 million. Therefore, it's smoke for smoke. So there is no victims in this situation. Tasha K is not a fucking victim. She's a woman who has allowed her own mouth to write a $4.1 million check that she has yet to fucking cash. And she believes in her constitutional right, even though it's not really her constitutional right. And so she gets what she gets. Like, we live in the law of polarity. We live in the law of attraction. So it's equal for equal. It's bullet for bullet. Tasha K is not a victim. But I can understand from people who have been victimized why it was just like, that was a lot. Because it was so descriptive. And I would imagine, I've never been SA'd, so I don't have anything to reference inside of myself when it comes to like visualizing what happens to somebody in SA. Like, if it had been my personal experience, I would probably be very uncomfortable too. So I can understand people who have been through that experience being like, it was very triggering. But I also hold trigger people accountable too. Like, then you have to click your triggered ass off. Like, you can't make your trigger someone else's responsibility in a situation where you have a choice. So you can't at the same time argue, oh my God, that was horrendous. And then you set your ass there and listen for 30 minutes to a triggering commentary because you're that invested in being nosy. So you can't like, it's like you can't justify I'm triggered, but ignore the fact that you was committed to being nosy as fuck. No, you committed your trigger ass to watching something you did not have to watch, that you had the freedom to get the fuck off of, because you know this person was addressing someone who is addressing them, and you know how both of them get down, and you stayed for the ponderosa. So you're not a victim either. Your trigger is true. You were triggered, but you're not a victim when you stayed your ass there to completion, knowing that it was given what it was given. So I feel like, if anything, everybody need to hold up. Everybody need to be held accountable. If there's going to be accountability, then everybody got accountability in it. Tasha got accountability, TS got accountability, and those who stayed through their triggers because they was not invested in being nosy need to be held accountable too.
I completely agree, because what really triggered me earlier tonight is everybody keeps wanting to say be Beyonce to the situation, but everybody conveniently forget that Beyonce had a nervous breakdown before she got to that point. There's footage of her on MTV sitting up there crying. Even her support team was talking about how stressed out she was, all the hell that Beyonce went through before she got to that point. So let's not act like these celebrities are not human beings. They still have a humanity.
Yeah.
And I feel like when people make that statement, it's very much trivializing the mental crisis that Beyonce went through. Because I remember when she was sitting up there on MTV talking about how upset she was, that she didn't even want to see anything from the internet because she was so traumatized by what she was seeing. Because according to them at that time, Beyonce was in her villain era. So, so to ignore all that and act like that Beyonce just woke up one day and she was unbothered is just not the truth. And when you've been put into situations like T.S. Madison has, when you felt like your voice has not always been able to be heard, when you have the opportunity to make that voice heard, then damn right you're going to take the opportunity to make it heard. Do I agree with everything that T.S. Madison said? Of course not, because, we're going to agree to disagree. Yeah. But I'm not going to ignore the fact that she had every right to feel how she felt. Because I remember distinctly you telling Larry Reid about one of the folks that he messed with that you weren't fucking with at the time. You were like, Larry, I'm just going to take it straight to hell. You was like, you may do all that golly shit, but I'm going to take it straight to hell with these folks because I'm not playing with their ass.
Prepare the bed for me. Prepare the bed for me.
And I know when I get into my moods on my mad day, when I feel like it's time for me to say what I need to get said, it's going to get said. Yeah. And that needs to be respected. This woman has been through a lot. And yeah, I felt sorry that Netta got kind of like caught in the crossfire of things because Netta has been taking strays from left and right from people just because a lot of people do not like Netta aesthetics, which is crazy to me because we all have family members that look like Netta. Yeah. So I don't know what the issue is with that. I think a lot of people really need to unpack their anti-Blackness because we all have family members who look like Miss Netta. Yeah. And that are biological women and some that are not. But that's neither here nor there. But to tell this woman after somebody who's been constantly harassing her on the regular that you should just be Beyonce to it, when even Beyonce had to get to that point before she was able to just, let it go and let it wash off of her. There's really no manual of how to deal with being in the spotlight like she is. So even though there's a lot of things you can do and you can learn from to prepare yourself, there's just certain instances that there's not going to be, this perfect little reaction that you're going to have.
Well, let me ask you this question, because TS keeps reiterating this point, which is an important one. because Maddie is an advocate for the community, do you think that that's also where the criticism is birthed out of, because it can disrupt what Madison claims she stands for when she's using the F word? She's referring to somebody's husband as the F word. She's also a Black person who advocates, on behalf of the community, and seemingly dragging a Black child on behalf of dragging the mother. So what do you think about the people who look to Madison as an advocate and feel like, yeah, this is inconsistent, and sis, you need to take some steps back and be clearer about your legacy at this point and your message, because that's what those people are going to hold her accountable for?
I can say that to a certain extent that is fair, but at the same time, as an advocate, people need to see people's humanity. Acting like people are perfect human beings in this world is not it. Because one of my concerns is the dehumanization of the community that she's advocating for. By making them out to be these perfect little people, you're denying them their humanity. And that's one of the ways that people who want to be against the community she's advocating for can use that and say, well, she was acting like she was perfect. And so you have to be able to see people in many different forms. You have to be able to see the ones that are more polished. You have to be able to see everything from the T.S Madisons to say like Flame and Roll. I don't know if that's an appropriate equivalent or not, because I really don't have that much knowledge of Flame and Roll. But that's what came to mind. But you have to be able to see that the community is not monolithic in order to humanize the community. Because one of the main things as an oppressed group is people ability to dehumanize you. So we need to see people that have the flaws that are more polished. We need to see everything from beginning to end, from the whole spectrum, not just bits and pieces of it, not just the shiny parts. Because one thing about the age of Aquarius is dealing with the not so cute shiny parts of everything. That's why everything is going topsy-turvy, because the politeness and the cuteness clearly is not working. Hush, Mari. The politeness and cuteness is clearly not working. We need to be real with each other and be authentic. Am I saying that she should be doing this all the time? No, but people need to recognize that no community is monolithic, that there are going to be people who are really flawed, and there's going to be people who are more polished. You're going to find that pretty much in all walks of communities.
Yeah.
So we need to make space for all of it in order to make people recognize everybody's humanity.
Okay, that's fair. And that's a great response to that. Okay, so hold on to that, because you might change, girl, as you hear T.S Madison wear the wig off Tasha K's head, baby. I want to get
change my mind.
because baby, I heard it gets deeper and deeper. I don't know how deeper, but we're gonna see. I want to get IG in here first because I know he's ducking off because he's at work and everything. IG, are you there?
Yeah, what's happening, baby? What's
going
happening,
on?
Yeah, like it's interesting because I was listening to so I've been in here for like 30-45 minutes, and it's something that you said as you refer to opioids and Budweiser K.
Yes.
The character of this person, while everyone is going to be okay, even though there are certain things that are brutal to say at times, but I also can see that because even in my own everyday life, navigating workspaces in Atlanta, Georgia, right? It's like I've kind of had to learn how to advocate for myself without being in the space where I have to step on, especially Black women. You see what I'm saying? Even though where there can be the problem and their character and the way that they see things. So even though it's okay that a person's reputation can beseech them, I still do. There is a certain way if you're advocating on social media, or if you're saying this is who the fuck you are and this is your standard, there is a certain way, regardless if the camera is in your face or not, that you will still advocate and protect yourself. But you're not going to have to hit below the belt, because if you're in the sense of being, and y'all know I'm not religious, but if you're on the righteous side of karma, then it's kind of like you doing what you do in that aspect, and let the dead bury the dead. So it's kind of interesting hearing this conversation dealing with the dialogue with these two different people where a reputation could precede you. Mine might be with a company that I work for, but the nature of the behavior is like, oh my God, this person is known for this. There are other worser things that this person affected, the sensitivity that I'm showing this person and how I'm dealing with this person is something completely desensitized that this person has never showed other people. So I kind of see where it is a thing where if you have enough people that you have scorned, you can't expect people to give a fuck about you giving a fuck about them not giving a fuck. You can't expect the person to. So I'm supposed to be. So you making me uncomfortable is supposed to make me comfortable enough to still not make you uncomfortable. So there's a line there to where I think where TS, especially being a public figure in her case, but even not just for her being a public figure, if that's the standard, there's a way for you to read and clock a person. But my motto is, I've been saying, telling people this. I said, how I deal with people in certain spaces, business, I deal with them like a white bitch with a fur coat and a cat. And I'm the white bitch with the fur coat, the pearls, and the cat. So I always enjoy you, brother. I'm gonna
Yes.
sit back and I might come back up, but you know
Yeah, come on
what I'm
back up,
doing, you
honey, to the
feel me?
Ponderosa.
I'm on
There
the
you
night
go.
shift, you heard me? So I
Yes.
appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for the stimulation of the mind and helping people's time and day go by. You are much
Yes.
appreciated, darling.
Thank you, baby. That was our IG, y'all. He had to get it in, honey. Then we won't get to Ron. But I want to say to what IG was saying, because I was thinking as IG was talking, I think that people like Madison, who like we can relate to a lot of these people who have a come up story. I think something that's rare in the earth is the transcendence of people trying to intentionally fuck with your energy. And I think sometimes the pressure applied to people like Madison to like so-called, stay Beyonce to the shit is people looking for somebody to really exemplify that, because people actually also find it empowering. People find it empowering when you have released the need to validate other people's feelings about you. People find it empowering and liberating because so few people have actually accomplished that. And I think when people feel like people are getting close to something that can allow them to transform into that, or that give them a reason to fully step into that energy of, bitch, like, I've arrived and I don't have anything to prove. And these girls can argue with themselves and can fight with themselves because I have 99 blessings and another blessing is one. I think sometimes the pressure comes from that too. It's just people like, we've lacked seeing so many type of Beyoncés, which is why she's one of the only names we can call. It's like, be Beyonce to shit, be Beyonce to shit, because it's like, wow, somebody actually not giving, like, has cultivated at this point, not giving a fuck, which I think Beyonce still does, but I think Beyonce puts it more in her music where it can benefit her, and she pours it back into a space that makes sense instead of, getting out here on the curbside with the girls. But I just say that to say that I think that sometimes that's where the pressure comes from, is that sometimes we admire people who can let it all go because so many people can't. So many people are willing to fight. so many people are willing to respond. Like, that's not the uncommon thing to do. That's what is going to be reasonably expected. And I think people who looking for their own sense of power and they are looking to transcend the attitude of the haters and looking to transcend the perception of others, they look at people like T.S, who's like, girl, you there, girl. You are there, baby. Like, girl, fuck these hoes. Fuck them. Fuck these hoes. Like, step into that freedom, girl. You right there. You on the island already, girl. Just pull out a drink and spend more money when these hoes talking shit. Like, so many people want to see that. But nonetheless, I think all the perspectives that are being given are super valid. Ron, before we continue on in Miss Maddie's read, what are your thoughts? And welcome to the platform.
Thank you. So my thing about this whole drama, well, not drama, this whole situation.
It's drama.
What it is, we listen to Tasha. We listen to Box Wine.
Sure.
We listen to Box Wine disrespect so many content creators over the years.
Yeah.
And she never faced accountability. Even with this Cardi B situation. Yeah, she got the dog shit sued out of her, but she's still
evading.
Yeah, she's still ducking accountability. So this one person, Maddie, has taken her to task, and people don't know how to react because no one up until this point, you know, it'll be like little back and forth here and there, but no one has went to the gutter on Tasha's level like how Maddie is. And I think that's why people are so shocked, surprised, upset about it. But when you know, what's the saying that they say about with the dog and fleas, when you lay down with dogs, you get... So, and that's what this situation is. And like, it's like not everyone want to call, you know, have this moral clause for Maddie, like, oh, now you need to be on your moral high road. But what happened to when Tasha was, you know, with the situation, you know, she accused content creators of abusing drugs, almost getting their kids taken, you know, obviously with the Cardi B situation.
She done dox people.
Yeah, I'm just like, but what was all this energy at when people, you know, like, it's like, how dare people say that, oh, Maddie has went too far when Tasha has went
too far, like, oh, with somebody who actually goes too far.
Yeah, like I just don't get it. And it's like everybody, you know, like, see, I'm not a turn your cheek type of person. So if you running your mouth in these streets, then you should. Well, let me just say this: if Boxline didn't want any of that stuff to be used against her, she should never put it out in the streets. You got to treat it like the Fifth Amendment. Anything that you say can and will be used against you in the court of
in the public court of law.
Yeah, like that's what it is. So if she should, you know, she should have kept her childhood traumas to herself. She should have kept her kids to herself. And she should have kept any other little dirty laundry that she had to herself. Then she wouldn't have to worry about a next bitch using the shit against her. Point blank, period.
Wow. Okay, so you are the mindset that what you reap, you sow, on period.
Yeah, she put it out she put that energy out, and it's time for the energy to come back on to her.
And Maddie is the karma, honey. Maddie. Okay, so do you want to stick around as we listen to some more of this TS?
Now I might pop. I'll probably pop back now. If I do come back up, then you know I kind of want to give people a fair shake. You know, it's
only you and Perp up here, so y'all can chill. I mean, but if you want to drop down, you can too. Like, that's up to you.
All right, I'm gonna put myself on mute, but
that's fine. All right, let's listen to some more of this, y'all.
Forgive her. One thing, bitch, that you should have motherfucking did was pray to God and say, God, please just remove this feeling from me of my mother being a crack geek monster and letting that man get on top of me. She paid more attention to that bolo that she was smoking. That bolo that she was smoking than me. I wouldn't know what that's like to feel. I wouldn't know what that feel like. I wouldn't. I know what it's like for a dad not to be in the house, you know, and that dad group to be a woman. Well, a trans woman. Or excuse me, according to a man in a wig. And I'm all right with that. But I just wouldn't know what it's like to have that body. No matter how many bodies I laid on top of me, my mother didn't let a man get on top of me and fuck me while she was smoking crack. It has to be a feeling to go through life and know that your mama was a bolo smoker and sat there, allegedly, and let that man fuck you in that motherfucking rotten box. I weep for you. I weep for you. I weep for your children. Not only do I weep for your children because they funny looking, I weep for them because of the mother that their grandmother produced, because she was busting them bolos down the motherfucking middle. I mean, according to you, because I listened to your story, sis. I think both of us need to go sit on the same couch. Wouldn't you think that would help us? I think both of us need to come to go sit on the same sofa. Hold on.
It's Miss Mary in the background. She probably rebuking, honey. Rebuking Tasha K ass to hell. And telling Maddie, you too. I don't know why you be talking to me, damn baby. You don't need to be responding to her. You working on a new house.
Oh, child, she said something about my daddy like I care about my daddy. I don't give a fuck about that nigga. I don't give a fuck about that nigga. You know. And then that bitch named you Trans Rena. Wow. Your mama named you Trans Rena, bitch, and you ain't changed your name? Wow. Tasha, the traumas that you've endured over your life, I think that really you need to be studied. The traumas that you endured through your life. Oh my God. It's probably about as bad as the silicone in me. It's a shame. You ask her mama name her Trans Rena, girl. Her mama. That's what them bolos do. It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells. Damn. The next time I put my mouth on your motherfucking children, bitch, put some food in your children's mouth. Girl, I really don't even want to terrorize you, to be honest with you, because I know why you do what you do. Damn. Let me just sit and think about this. If I was a real woman, because I'm not, I'm a trans woman. If I was a real woman and my mother was so addicted to crack, was so addicted to sucking the glass dick, that she let a nigga come in there and fuck me. Wow. Crack really is whack. Crack has really destroyed the black family. It has devastated the black family for so long. And then I sit back and I look at what it does, what it produces. It's crazy. Damn. I hope your pussy better. I hope your pussy better. I think that that's possibly why that man lets you run over him like he do. Cause he's a faggot. Cause ain't no real nigga finna let no bitch like you run over them. It just ain't gonna never happen. Ain't gonna happen, girl. But damn, these are generational curses that's passed down. Child.
Well, let me be fair. Because Maddie is an advocate, I do not think she should be using the F-bomb under any circumstances. There's a lot of words, very fitting ones for her husband, but she shouldn't be using the F-bomb. And I gotta agree. I don't think Madison should have chose to respond this way. Not this way. I think some of the things that she's going into, like, it's okay for, like, because there's a difference between Maddie and Tasha, they have two different bars and two different metrics to be judged by. And too many of the things that Maddie is going into as a read is crossing up some of the things that she stands for and that she advocates for. Now, Perp already reminded us that advocates and leaders are humans too. Right. But they also get judged accordingly to the positions that they're in. And Madison has a means to really incubate herself into community and to surround herself at this level with resources that better help her to navigate people fucking with her mentally and emotionally. Even if it means stepping up therapy, or even if it means having a mentor, a celebrity mentor, another public figure mentor. But I don't think those who are criticizing Maddie for where she went in her read are necessarily wrong. Like, if you're a police officer, people are going to expect police conduct. If you're a firefighter, people are going to expect you to fight fires. Like, however you present yourself, whatever your pledge of allegiance is, whatever your proclamations are, is where people get to rightfully hold you accountable. But I understand it. I understand why Maddie don't give a fuck about what she's saying to Tasha K, because Tasha K is a piece of shit. But Madison has a large fan base and she's a public figure. And it's just certain things that is in the best interests of yourself and the people that you are trying to protect that you just should let go of for the sake of the bigger picture and for the sake of the continuity of your message. So I understand T.S. Madison. You know what it reminds me of? It's like murder. A lot of times when it comes to people who murder people, depending on the situation, I'd be like, I can understand why they did that. I also agree they should be held accountable. But I totally empathize. I would be lying if I said if I didn't relate to the feelings that in certain situations would make a person want to just get carried away or just go to extreme violence. I think anybody who's ever experienced anger can relate to the expression of anger. But I agree that you can't unalive people because of those feelings. And so I think in this situation, I can understand Madison, but Madison is who she is. And she put herself in a position to be held to the standard that she's being held to. And she's building a safe space for trans women, etc. And some of the things here today shouldn't have been said. I'm not gonna cancel Madison because of it, but accountability for sure. Check and balances for sure. And the essay stuff, I really don't know what to say about it. Like I said, I mean, Tasha is weaponizing T.S. trauma, and T.S. Madison is weaponizing it back. But I guess here's a philosophical question: is leaders, righteous leaders, are supposed to, in theory, in principle, be better than their enemies, right, Part?
Yes, and I also think, like you said, there were certain things that just should not have been said because of who she's representing. But I also understand why she said some of the things that she said. Because like referring to people as the F word was really her, throwing her words back in her face. But like you said, to whom much is given, much is expected, and I recognize that, and there's some accountability to be had. But also, good leaders make mistakes too, and accountability has to be had. And when people are willing to hold themselves accountable, that's important. But
if Madison doesn't do that, then what does that mean? If Madison says "fuck that bitch," I ain't no accountability. I said what I said. It is what the fuck it is. And if she come for me again, I'm gonna say worse.
Then, as long as I'm going to repeat what my mentor Neville Goddard says. He said, you can do whatever you want, just be willing to pay the price. If she's willing to pay the price, more power to her. But this is very interesting because I had decided the other night after listening to Neville Goddard, because he was saying basically to be detached, that you need to get to the point in your reality where seeing things that's happening in the 3D and people don't bother you. You're unbothered by the situation. So you're just persisting in the reality that you're creating, but you're unbothered. So even if everything looked like it's straight chaos and everything's going to crap, you can have that inner stillness where you're like, okay, I see what's happening, but I know what I'm doing is working. So I'm not going to let this take me off my square, basically. I'm going to continue to stand on business. And that's the process I'm forcing myself to rework through, because I used to be the queen of being unbothered and working back to getting back to that. And this is just more spiritual confirmation on why that's so important, especially with the work that I want to be doing. I need to be able to enter into that space of inner stillness and being able to be still no matter what's going on around me. Now, when it comes to emergencies, I'm great at it. I can get to that inner stillness quick. But sometimes it's stuff like this that be throwing me, because it's natural to want that validation back, especially when you feel like you put in the work. I've heard you say multiple times that, you put in the work and you just want to see, what's due to you for putting in that work. So I totally get why Madison is coming at it the way that she is. But I also think it would be very valuable, like other people were saying, for her to learn how to get to the point where she's unbothered. And to be honest with you, it's a freedom there. Because
Or
when
to
I was in
just
that
fight
state,
with, or to
I could
just
look
fight
at
with, or to just fight with her, or to just say what she wants to say without it infringing upon what she stands for. Because there's a lot of things that can be said, you know,
oh,
but
definitely.
just keeping what you stand for in mind as you're battling.
Absolutely. But here's
Mhm.
the consequence of her doing this. Because she responded the way that she did to this situation, she's going to be presented with another situation again where she has to deal with
Absolutely.
it.
And it's gonna be
Because
Tasha ass again because Tasha gonna come after this. It's gonna be Tasha again because Tasha gonna come after this.
because the whole point of the situation, because T.S. Madison is going to a new level, so new
Yeah,
level means news awareness. So she's going to have to learn how to manage this part for herself in order for her to be able to be where she really wants to be.
yeah,
It's just kind of, like the process of when you're manifesting something, you're going to have those moments where you get the opportunity to face your adversary so you can get to that next level. Just like when you're playing Mortal Kombat and you have that big boss before you get to the next stage. It's kind of like that, what she's
yeah.
going through. And this is her boss stage. So she should, one thing about it, she should be excited because typically when you go through controversies like this, there's something really positive on the other end if you can, keep your eye on where you're trying to go.
Yeah, for sure.
So
For sure. All right, thank you for that part. IG, I see that you're back and then Rumors and Tea.
Yeah, like see, without playing the audio, that was my first time kind of hearing how far she went, and that's a thing, right? Like, regardless of sex and gender. But I will say, because politics, I'm good. Politics isn't everything.
Yeah.
So what people are going to now take it, I'm not feeling this way. Again, I can just see from
Yeah, yeah.
okay, people who are not exactly for trans people, what
Hmm.
they're going to now do is take this moment and see, like, see, that's the masculine part of T.S. Madison coming out and saying she's a woman, because you see how she's addressing something that is completely a cis hetero woman's experience. So I can see the politics in that. So no, that really was not a good move, because even in my own situation, because like I said, it's so funny because I had already resolved this situation. I don't want to be the person known down at the company that will get a big person fired because of their own evil doing. I'm not going to be the one to push or pull the trigger when I see that you are already self destructing, because now it appears to me there is going to be some what you call collateral damage
Yeah.
that is going to be perceived from the people who are already not with what they feel is this agenda. So
Yeah.
that's where I can kind of see that's a careful space, because even with my own situation, having to step back, the promotion came shortly after how I did it. I still
Hmm.
have to heavily interact with other very professional black women in charge, and knowing that black women are not monolithic. That just because you come across that certain archetype that red pill men talk about, even as a same gender loving man, that doesn't give you the right to then, okay, I'm going to take all my frustrations out from every single woman that's done me this and project how I respond to this person. So
Hmm.
I think with TS, yeah, that's not going to age well when you're looking at the what she's supposed to stand for and everything. So that was the first thing that kind of popped. I said, ooh, and like with the F bomb, one thing I will say this though, is context is everything. She say the F bomb all the time on her show, and nobody has a thing about it. The show is called Fag Talk.
But PHAG.
Right, but you understand if in the context it's enunciated the same, baby. It's
Yeah.
enunciated the same. Ain't nobody gonna know that unless they're reading. So if someone's listening to it, right? You see what I'm saying? But we're not going to say that's a thing because the context of how she's using it. So cussing and cursing. So this is what is a perfect demonstration because intentionality is behind everything. You can say, "Oh, them fags over there," from a certain positionality and it's not offensive. But when you use a certain connotation and articulation with it, well, now you kind of catch.
I'm gonna be honest, IG. I don't do the F word, period. Like I just have not been able to find the F word attractive. And nobody has been able to make it like cool enough for me to be like, oh, okay, like that. It just, I don't know. It hasn't, it like bitch has been transmuted 100 times over and has so many contextual meanings.
Yes.
It could be a term of endearment. It could be a term used offensively. It could, it's taken on so many meanings and it's been embraced by women. It's been embraced by gay people. It's been embraced by like that F word thing though. It's like,
I'm not gonna hold you
know,
because even among the same gender loving community, even people are. It is now the negative connotation, even among other same gender loving. Because when you say that, it's not just the thing of femininity. It's a thing. It's an archetype of too much and not enough at the same time. It's too much candy for $1. But that too much candy for $1 applies to more people in their behavior, not because of sexuality. I'm gonna put that over there. But you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like it is a neck. I do see where like being in certain spaces around certain same gender loving men, regardless if they're queer or not, that term has a negative archetype within the community.
But nobody like would be able to be in my space and direct that toward me without getting punched in a fucking throat. Like I don't.
Yeah, but man is able to say it because how she spell it. But that's the thing. That's a big ass take. That there's no difference in how she says it, and they do say it in the show. Like you see what I'm saying? It's just kind of like now that it's addressing.
And I can't stand it. It's a personal pet peeve of mine.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the F word at
yeah,
all.
and I'm gonna say this, but
Like
now
it's kind of like how there are some women who will be like, "Don't call me bitch." I'm
right.
like that gay who's like, "Don't call me the F word."
Yeah,
Like, you're not gonna refer to me as that.
yeah, and I'm gonna say this and be quiet.
Mhm.
It's also just trying to also so at the same time you are reinforcing femophobia among cis homo and cis hetero men because the fact that this man is a married man and you calling him the F bomb to use that
That's
as
the part. That's the issue.
to,
It's
to, to,
like,
to describe you using the F bomb to describe his expression of what you call gender and sexuality, that right there, you see, it's so many things. Like her politics is not looking good,
it doesn't look
and now I'm gonna
good.
just put
Yeah.
that over there.
Because you can't have an issue with someone outing a trans woman, but then label someone who doesn't identify that way as that way in any regard.
Yes,
Like
and
that
the most derogatory one of the most derogatory
derogatory. Yeah.
your
Hmm.
word choice.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, and then she said that with her whole titties and
A
chest.
whole chest and said it again and again and again.
Both titties
I'm
was
like,
working. Both titties
Both
was
titties,
working
baby.
fully that day.
both titties, baby, in the air. Period. Standing on all the business. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, okay. Are you complete? Or are you gonna hang
Yes,
around, IG?
yes, it is well. I'm going to stick around.
Okay, good. Rumors and tea. Welcome to the platform, boo. Yep, this is a very multi-layered conversation because of all the moving parts in this situation. But welcome to the platform, boo. Your thoughts on?
Hey everybody, what up, chat
Hey,
crew? Yes, I'm looking at things similar but just from a different angle. And I just feel like this is spiritual warfare dealing with Trashy K. And I'm gonna offer TS grace, an abundance of grace. Because I just feel like this is a moment for her to be aware that she still has some healing and much needed work to do, not just as an advocate, not just as a leader in the community, but just as a human being. Like, a lot of times we think that we are healed up, we have progressed, and we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
And I think when you're dealing with Trashy K, because the demons that she's that's in possession of her body are so strong that just like the ones that jumped into the swine and the swine went off that cliff, that's what them demons will do to anyone that is not spiritually equipped. And I'm not talking Bible and all of that, but I mean like really, really entwined with the Most High, the universe, and all the entities in between that's literally equipped to see that and know how to fight against that, or whatever the case may be. That ain't for the weak. Like, it is best sometimes just to like ignore and not even give the attention to one, because she just like Horseface, Mr. Ed, those type of people, like, they crave off of your energy vampires. And we know that Trashy K has been scouring every corner of the earth looking for someone to just suck dry. She's thirsty. She's desperate. She pulls a lot of junkie stunts. But I can understand how a person could get fed up. We all have limitations on how much we can take. And I understand the community feeling like, okay, this is one of our own, this is one of our leaders. We don't want, her to be going to this extent, it comes off as very hypocritical, yada, yada, yada. And I'm not saying it in a way to be dismissive.
Yeah.
But offer grace, offer an abundance. Like, we know not to expect the majority to really be here and offer grace. They're going to weaponize, which is what really sucks about humanity these days. They'll look for anything to weaponize against you, good or bad.
Because they already don't want you. They already
Right.
don't want you. So you're skating on thin ice.
So I can imagine TS probably part of her breaking point was knowing. I don't want no one to really be that naive to assume that this woman does not know that she was going to go, that she knew she was going to break and be a hypocrite in this point. She just unfortunately got down in the pig pen and those demons jumped from out of that swine into her and she just went off the cliff. She did that intentionally. And I still, although knowing that the empath in me is going to offer grace, but also not just being an empath, just being a human being, understanding like every angle you go, unfortunately, there's going to be casualties. There's going to be casualties. And we can't be okay with having casualties when it comes to things that make us comfortable, and not being okay with casualties when it comes to things that's not making us uncomfortable. Like, that's the whole thing about war, whether it's spiritual or natural. That is what happens in war. You're going to lose some. You just are. And I don't want us to I just don't want people to like, it bothers me when there's so much pressure on the minority to be the bigger person all the time, to be the one to like not get to have a moment to be flawed, and fuck up, quite frankly. That kind of bothers me, especially when we see people like T.S. Madison that do go above and beyond. If she made a mistake, or even if she did it intentionally, but it wasn't to harm those the cat, she could. I just want her to just come and say, "Listen, y'all know I didn't mean." She doesn't have to necessarily say it, but if she's going to address it, which I believe she will because of her platform, because of her stature, who she is as a leader in the community. Listen, I just got tired.
She always clarifies that she's talking to one bitch and one bitch only, but but because
I know she does.
But because it happens publicly, like, everybody gets to experience what gets said. Even if she pre-laces it, etc. And then there's already a conversation about how, you know, a lot of these brands and networks and shit, like they don't care about context. If
No, we
is
know that, because we
is
know that, again, when it comes to the minority, no matter if it's capitalism involved, whatever the politics, whatever, we know they're gonna weaponize it, good or bad. They look for they look for bad, good hell, but they weaponize the good too. You know what I mean? If they can. I just want those that the naysay, the people that are like, just offer her grace, because a lot of us that, and I haven't had no judgment for her in this situation in a bad way, but most of the people that are finding reason, they're speaking out of fear, because it's like, you know, we can't have you tarnished. Like, you're one of, you know, you're one of, again, you're one of our leaders. We don't need them to be using everything. You're giving them too much ammunition and da 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 da. But if y'all don't if y'all don't hold yourself at the same standard, when y'all lose control, why would you want to hold her to that standard? I mean, of course, be vocal so that this is a teachable moment. You know, there's more work that you need to do, because yes, there is something to being able to get to a place where you can't be triggered so easily.
I think that for people, when it comes to T.S Madison, it's like people are probably going to ask then, how long is it going to take? Because Madison, like, this ain't her first rodeo. Like, Madison has been online for over a decade, and this ain't her first rodeo with Tasha K or any other hater. You know, she, like, this is, it's just like, we're over a decade in. It's just like, and I think people are holding, I think a part of people's expectation rumors of Maddie comes from Maddie's own words, unfortunately. If she is, you know, if she's going to say on camera, you know, that she has transcended and her spot is not going anywhere, I think that's what makes people being like, so then what's the issue? Exactly. Like, you know, Tosh, like, you know, you're always going to have haters. And you know that Tasha K always going to be a hater. And you know she needs this more than you. And why even help her out? It doesn't matter. What she says is not, I mean, yeah, it's irritating, but that don't give you a reason if you're advocating for the community to use the F word, or some people argue to weaponize essay, etc. And at some point, it can't be because I think what the philosophical dilemma in this matter is can you do, if what your enemy does, or if what we're calling bad is bad, then as the people who claim that it's bad, do we ever have, is there ever an excuse to do that bad? Like, if it's as horrendous, if it's as bad, if whatever it is, if weaponizing anything, any part of a person's humanity, their SA, their gender, whatever, the trauma, if it's bad, then it's up to you as the person who is saying this is deplorable, this is unacceptable, and you're out of order, to, even in your fighting back, to fight back with the opposite of those weapons, not to do the same thing that these people are doing, because then it just becomes a, well, you can justify why you said what she said, just like she can justify it. And then what becomes the margin? So that's whose justification is truly proper if she can sit there and justify why she's saying what she's saying. Because so what she's going to say
about spiritual warfare, though, Conscious, how I think that most people,
but we know that even in spiritual warfare,
but I think they have to engage with Tasha that way.
But we also know that in spiritual warfare that we don't clear fire with fire. Like, we know that we have to transcend. We know that the law of attraction exists. We know that we can't get rid of anything that we're willing to be. That if we don't want to see it, we got to kill it in us. Like, that we don't transmute by becoming the very thing that's causing us to be stuck. We go, it's all about like the opposite.
No, you're absolutely right. But that's why I was saying about getting clear and doing the work. You know, some people think And I'm not saying that this is Madison's situation, but I've seen it enough that some people think that they are healed from a situation, they have grown, they have transcended until they get that, like, that push. That's when a real test of what you have, that the work is done, is how you respond and how you react in a situation. And I think that a lot of times, because people can avoid certain situations until they can't avoid a situation, that they don't real, that's when you're in awareness of, I'm not there where I thought I was at. And I think that this has happened to Madison numerous of times, because she's able to go long period of times of avoiding and not becoming unhinged herself. And then whatever, it could be the smallest thing or the biggest thing. But I do think that is where the awareness should come in and needs to come in for her to realize I still have work to do within myself, because I shouldn't, like most people are saying, she should not be triggered by Tasha. I wouldn't even respond. Like, the only thing to do when it comes to Tasha, if you're not a person that can avoid turning into that person, I don't even know why I'm saying that lady name, but the only way to not become that is to not engage and interact with that. Most of these people that do conscious engage in any way, respond, usually literally take on her antics. They fall to her level every single time. You're one of the few, and I've seen like Larry not do it, but you're like one of the few that can give it to. But that's your own personal work, shadow work, and things of that nature. Knowing who you do, you don't roll in the pen with them like that. You're able to read, but a lot of these people aren't. That's why I don't be engaging, because they don't know how to read without going that far. It's always, man. You've had this conversation. How people always got to go to the health reads. Like, it be so much you can talk about, like read a person and check a person, or you just don't have to go to hell. I'm just saying, I'm gonna offer her grace, because I know that what she's presented is that that's not who she is at the essence. That's not who she wants to be. And I just really do want others to give her grace. And I want her to, though, be aware. Stop getting in the pen with the pig. You don't have to roll around with the pig. Actually, the best thing to do in a situation is just not give her any of your energy and your time, because that's all she's out here. She's really out here trying to just get, she's really on pulling junkie stunts.
I just want Maddie to fight her fights, but just like fight and while being consistent with her message. Like, and it's going to be up to her to develop that awareness. Like, I know I stand for certain things, and so I can't fight with bitches the way they can fight with me, but I can still fight them hoes. I'm not going to do what they do, but there's other things that I can definitely make a part of the conversation, and that I can make a part of the drag, and that I can get down with. But no, it's like me. If I say I'm pro trans women, and then I get into a spat with a trans woman, and then I'm dragging her transness, that's an issue.
Right.
That's an issue. You know, if I say that I'm pro woman, but I'm engaging in a battle with a woman, and I'm making my digs about her being a woman, that's an issue.
You know, there's a quote. I don't remember where I heard it from. I think it was an anime, but a character said, "In a world when fighting monsters, you have to be careful not to become one yourself."
Yeah.
So it's like there is a way to balance. That's why a balanced person will know. We always say fight fire with fire. No, bitch, you go get some water, some sand. You go get some earth. You go get some water. You go get some wind. You're not going to fight fire to exacerbate the fire. And that requires, even for the feminine energy, because, you know, there's the assertive sides of femininity. It's kind of like they have to still balance and regulate that part of them to where it was like, okay, she giving me too much. How am I going to deal with this person? Okay, within the feminine, I can't give her. We both can't be sizzling, girl. One of us have got to be able to balance. And 1 second.
Mm-hmm. And it's about being clever, because you know how I would have curved calling her husband the F word. I would have said, you know, Tasha K, it's clear to me that you don't have a real man standing by your side. I mean, after all, you're the same one who admitted to Blueface's mammy that you make your man take a urine while sitting down. You have turned that man's entire dick into a pussy, and it's no wonder that he wasn't able to keep your ass from slandering Cardi B and getting that $4.1 million. Because you don't have a man. You're raising a woman over there. You don't even allow that man to be a man. You don't even allow him to take a piss like a man. So good, as far as I'm concerned, you're in a same gender loving relationship your damn self while you have the audacity to be so damn anti-queer. Like, there's all type of ways, around, like, to get in a bit shit and to like say certain things and to express certain things and be fact-based, because that's a fact. If y'all go look at that interview between Carlisa and Unhinged, Unhinged said, oh yeah, girl, I don't play that. My bathrooms are spotless. Didn't you see when you used the restroom that it was spotless? You know why it's spotless? Because I make my husband sit down and piss. I make him sit down and take a piss. Shaq doesn't even get to stand up and urinate. And I was like, the fact that Shaq allowed that woman to, first of all, say that as a grown-ass man, he can't properly aim into the toilet, but had the audacity to say that she makes him sit like a lady when taking a urine. It goes to show why your man was ineffective in helping you to keep y'all out of $4.1 million Mexican pesos, bitch. So, you know, I think, and maybe that's the art of really reading, is that reading is fundamental, and it's an art form. And when you really understand the ways of reading, there's all type of shit you can say about it. It's all type of shit while still not crossing the line that you know they're going to use at the end of the day. That's how I would have curved it if I would have wanted to say something in the arena of your man being weak or your man being pussy or down or whatever. I wouldn't even have to go there. I could take Tasha's own words and just reflect them back to her in a very disastrous way. And to make her and her nigga look like a piece of shit. But I do think there is grace. You know, to Ruma's point, I think that it doesn't sound like Maddie's going to get canceled over it, but I think people are just like, people do just feel like, come on, Maddie. You are too much of a voice for the culture now and for the people, girl. And you're being trusted to be that for the community at large, not just for trans folk or gay folk, but for Black folk, period. And we just don't want you to be touching on those sensitive areas that don't need to be used in digs. They actually need to be real conversations. Like, that's something that you and Craig need to be making a whole show about. Like, there's a more substantive, like, these are things that are just too painful. And I think people expected her to see past Unhinged when it came to certain things and say, you know what, I ain't gonna touch on that shit. Or I'm gonna talk about her essay, but talk about her essay from the perspective of unpacking her psychology. But I think it didn't land if that was Madison's intent, because she was so descriptive about the man where he put his thumb at and using what body part to go where. And I think when it got into all of that, it became like any intent for it to be used as substance to illustrate something about her psychology was like washed out.
It definitely was. And as someone that has had my own history as a survivor, right? I'm sorry. As a victorious person, I don't want, because I normally am triggered by stuff like that. Yeah. Right. So I wasn't even triggered. Honestly, I knew that it did not come. That's why I was saying offer grace. And
it's because of who it was, Roma. Keep it real. It's because of who it was, too.
Yeah, no. I'm not even.
Cool.
Can I be honest with you? I'm not
Mhm.
even a big TS fan. I'm
No,
proud of her.
I'm
Oh, you
talking
talking about? Oh, because for
yeah,
track.
yeah, because of Tasha.
Yes, because that's the thing. Like we've
She don't
all
have a
had.
humanity, so it's hard to have
That's
a
the thing.
humanity for
Yeah.
Tasha.
So it was easy for me to like to be detached from my own trauma. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and not be like. But I do believe I want to be straight now with everyone. I do believe it is okay to tug at the wig. You know, like Sheree did Kim. You know, just tug at the wig a little bit, shift it a little bit. Like, hey, we want to get your attention because at the end of the day, we're not supposed to really like you can't match that kind of energy. Like IG was saying, you can't fight fire with fire. You cannot. Like you can't harm. Like the only way to correct dark things or whatever is to be the opposite. You cannot be the same. No correction comes from doing the same thing. Like it's a problem. You can't use the same toxic skills or whatever it is. You know what I mean? You just can't do that. And I do like I definitely feel like maybe you should start holding, reach out to her, like, and you need to start having seminars on how to properly read down, read them the fuck down. Because the truth of the matter is, like, that takes a skill. Like being shady, like, oh man, like, but the best thing to do is be like a Beyonce and an Omarion and just not respond. Like, don't even like give the energy because this bitch is clearly looking for energy. Whoever, that's what they all have in common right now.
Mhm.
Her, the horsey man,
vampires and leeches.
They are like right now. We have like a
Succubus.
high alert of them out here. They really out here trying them. These narcs, they out here. They is how we like. Ain't no relief around them. So like, in knowing this, like, why even engage? I would never give that bitch the time of day. Like, even like I would literally, if I was going to respond, it would be by like I would have. Y'all know how back in the day they used to have those black and white films that they had no the right, and it would just be the words with no audio. That's what I would give that bitch. Like, you don't even get to even. I don't even want you to know that I see you, bitch.
Yeah.
The whole reason why the whole situation came about in the first place is because of what CTV said. She said she transcended it. So as soon as she said that, the adversary stepped forward so she could see if she had transcended it or not. As long as she's doing what she's doing, she is going to continue to meet the adversary until she gets the point that if you're saying you're transcended, baby, you're going to have to actually walk it out. Because one of the things that my mentor Neville Goddard was saying in the lecture is that in order to be unbothered, you're going to have to keep facing the same adversary until it gets to the point where it fades into the background. And there's still going to be occasional times where it will try to resurrect itself and come forward again. But it will get to the point where it fades into the background where it's no longer there. But that's the whole process. That's part of the process. So when she said she transcended, now she has to just finish the process of when these types of situations come up, she's going to have to just, even if it's something like one of the manifestation coaches I was looking at today told us to pick a color, and whenever something negative happens or you feel triggered, start looking around the room for that color to remind you of that you're actually in your happy place, to bring you back, to ground you and to center you. So she's going to have to find different ways to manage her response, to develop more of that emotional intelligence, because it's going to be key for where she wants to go. Because I'm sure T.S. Madison got bigger and better fish she wants to fry.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a part of that process.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Before we listen to some more of this, I just want to say this too. And I've heard a lot of people get off in Jesus' ass about the whole like turn the other cheek and pray for your enemies and all of that. But the metaphysics and the psychology behind Christ saying, pray for those who misuse you and do good to those who mistreat you, it's because what Christ was acknowledging is now what we all know to be the truth, which is that, once again, hurt people hurt people. If you want someone to stop hurting, they need a lot more proportionate good and light in their life in order to heal and transmute the trauma and the negativity that has given birth to the bad behavior. The bad behavior that you're not wanting from them, that you don't want to experience from them, is coming from unhealed things, the things that light hasn't shined healing on, the things that they haven't become fully self-aware of. So if you're in the business of fighting ego for ego, then of course, to Purple's point, the law of attraction only mirrors back to you. Ego for ego. So the only way to help your enemies off your ass, and not all enemies are the same either. There are some people who are so far gone in their ego and so far gone in their darkness that no amount of anything is going to help them to transcend. No amount of cussing their ass out, beating their ass, getting them locked up, taking them to court, etc., is going to affect them. No amount of going over and beyond to appeal to them through love and kindness and turning the other cheek and quietness and patience is also going to. Some people are so far gone. But generally speaking, most people are carrying around various degrees of conscious and unconscious hurt and pain and trauma, and that is creating the ability to be contentious and confrontational. And so if you find yourself on the bitter end of somebody else's fuckery, then crisis mentality was, well, to act in a healing way toward that force. Because the minute that bitch becomes happy, it's the moment that bitch don't see you no more. She ain't got no smoke for you no more. She ain't got no energy for you no more. So that's why you take her to prayer. You take her to prayer and you say, God, please help unwind with healing rather than with liquor. Please help that bitch to relax into some peace. Please give that bitch a good dick marriage. Please, Father God, show this heathen the full potential of her talents and her gifts so that she can be inspired and be aware of her purpose on this earth. And therefore, this bitch can be finding her something else to do. It's because she can't find her nothing else to do. And she wrapped up in a marriage she can't stand and in a life that she done fucked over, that she's looking for victims and looking for emotional dumpsters to dump all her bullshit into. That's why she's making the victim out of motherfucking people. So, Lord, please help this decrepit asshole with some goddamn stability in her fucking life, so that she can stably find her ass on another merry-go-round before I have to send her ass to your ass earlier than what was expected.
See, we don't want to get it quite like that.
Oh, okay.
That's the Scorpio part coming out, y'all.
Okay.
So you want a little less stinger when you go to pray, because
I'm touching and agreeing.
I don't know about y'all, girl, but me and mother, we be having too raw of a conversation sometimes.
You know, I had to pick with you. Little try to be all innocent earlier, biting down on the makeup brush and then went off the way left.
But that is so true, because it's like, even what I've had to do, like it's like giving, okay, and it's unfortunate too. It's like a balance that you need, because I had to assert myself intellectually to the point to move power. And because I was able to move power intellectually and through work ethic and all those different things, now I can see the vulnerability. But I didn't excessively move power to the point to where, okay, it's overkill. Because to me, it's like, if you say you have the so-called victory, then do not faint about the spoils of war. If you really have already have won a victory, then there comes a point of you winning the victory and then you becoming tyrannical within the win, and shifting your karma back to the other side. So it's a thing to where now I know it's like, okay, Let me give her the sweet. Let me give her the other side of femininity. I already showed with the masculine, the action, not male or female, the action of masculinity with intellectual. Now it's time to see and be able to show, because that is where I can see where that's going to help this person to where they're going to treat not just me with respect, but I saw how effective it is that they're treating other people with more respect as a result of me not having to, yes, have a candid conversation, but not necessarily just reading her, telling her about herself or themselves, but without it coming across, I'm not reading you down, I'm ringing you up.
Mm. Reading you up. I like that.
Yeah,
Reading
I'm
you up.
ringing you up. Because that's what we say in New Orleans. I'm
You know
about
what
to
I
ring.
might do, IG, y'all? I
Ignore
might, when I have to respond to these hoes going forward, I'm going to call myself reading their ass upward.
Oh Lord.
Now, I'm going to have my own way.
Yeah, read them up.
I'm going to have my own special way of reading their asses upstream. But
Read.
Have Larry on standby for these reads.
Yeah, see, Conscious, you like to, you said it.
I'm a
See,
pretty
you
ass
you be
upstream.
reading bitches up to what you call 34,000 feet. And
dropping them on the head.
yeah, see, you be reading them up.
Yeah,
Up to the
I
pearly
like
gate.
that though. Reading them up. You gotta read them.
You
down.
gotta read them up because I
They
noticed.
already down. It's no.
Yeah,
It ain't
That's
no
what I was
further they
going to
can
say.
go. They
Conscious,
already
you
on the
really don't.
float.
yeah,
This
you
is, I
already.
think this is
And
one
what
thing
do
They
that I
already
like.
face further to
and
float.
then what I look like as a man who's supposed to be emotionally intelligent? Okay, if you're already beat, child, I don't need to kick you when you're down, especially when I see you are still in the process of self injury.
Mm.
It's like, okay, at some point, the masculine side of me have to be like, okay, whose daughter is this and who did this to her? What man, what male, the part of me that's masculine even have to come into place. So we're like, okay, what interaction emotionally did this person or woman have with masculinity to as to where what could this person have experienced from toxic queer people? I'm not saying it's excusable, but this is what makes people, then how can I, don't prove them right? Like my father used to talk about my mother who came from abusive relationship. She used to sometimes throw shit at him and everything, all of that. And he was like, I don't hit your mama back because that would just prove the point of her aggression. I could easily knock her ass out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that because that is just only going to prove the response of why. So you can't always, if I like elements. No, if you're an avatar, bitch, you do not fight fire. You go get you some ice. You do like conscious and start. Now you need water, but then here's the
Because
thing I
that's
want to understand
literally
too.
IG.
You,
Because that's literally like the physics of the universe. Like you can't
yeah.
put out fire with fire. You can't. You
But
can't.
sometimes you gotta measure the intensity because if you have a damn forest fire, well, honey, a drop of water is not gonna do it. I'm gonna need you to bend a tsunami that way.
Well,
But it
see,
still got. But it
actually,
still got to be water or air nonetheless.
Exactly. But it's
Mhm.
to the degree you're not
Yeah.
going to like what I remember watching from Xena when she was training this Asian master. She was like the aggression. She was like, "Would you kill a fly with an axe?" So you still have to respond to the balance. There's
Yeah.
time to meet with a certain level of aggression to reach. Because I'm like I said, I even had to move power in a very intellectual. It could seem aggressive to a person, but it took that level because of the level of intellectual manipulation this person did. It took me to have the level of okay, seeing that and moving like that, not sneaky, not being maniacal, but I took that same. I had to not match that same energy, but I had to give enough of the intensity for it to be effective Because some people
For
be at a
sure.
certain point.
Mhm.
You like I said, okay, I'm not gonna overkill, girl. Okay, you got a little match fire, bitch. I'm not gonna cause Katrina to come your way.
Yeah.
But here's the
Yeah.
other thing of why Jesus Christ tells you to turn the other cheek. Because when you're engaged in the same type of energy, what is going to happen is you become what you think about. So if you're constantly going in for the attack, I've seen it multiple times. Like recently, the latest version was the cult leader that was on YouTube. As long as as long as people felt like they had to fight him, all it did was make him stronger, and they eventually became a version of him because it was never about him. He was your opportunity to take a look at something that's not so nice
In
inside of
yourself.
you,
Hmm.
and for you to say, hey, I see this, and I'm choosing to practice non resistance. Because
Yep.
the moment non resistance came in, he's now sitting in jail. But as long as people were trying to fight him, all they were doing was feeding him energy, because he even made the statement that he was taking their energy and using it for his
Yep.
purposes.
Yep.
So that's why
It's all
you're
about
being told that.
transmuting. Hmm.
Absolutely, because it's about Jesus was really telling you that to protect yourself. Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, even though it be on the outside of you, it's really you battling yourself on the
Inside of
inside,
you. Yep.
because
Every battle's inside.
Miss
Hmm.
Unwind is a manifestation of T.S. Madison that she needs to deal with for her to move to that next level. And once she recognizes that, that's why we tell you everybody she pushed out, because people are simply going to mirror back to you what you're doing on the inside of you.
Yeah.
And that's what we mean by that statement.
Yeah. And another even more like hooked on phonics version of that is Christ is basically telling us not to use our enemies as a justification to lower our own vibration. Because in lowering our own vibration, we walk away from the energies that we're using to co-create the lives that are meaningful for us. But to Perk's point, like once you start allowing something to engage you in that way, you fuck up your own co-creative power. You fuck up the quality of your thinking and the quality of your feeling, which is responsible for the potency of the power that's being used to manifest your life. I mean, you have to look at your feelings and emotions like a credit score. When you are feeling very low, you ain't gonna be qualified for no. Y'all all know what happens when you have a fucked up credit score, baby. Your choices are slim and they raggedy versus what you have access to when your credit score is high, where our vibrations from our thoughts and feelings have credit scores, they have spiritual scores. So Christ is just like, look, why would you ever give up your co-creative power to create the life you want, to engage in fodder with your enemy and then risk plummeting your vibration, and now you struggling to co-create like this bitch, or now you realize you started engaging this bitch and now all this other fucked up shit done started spinning off too. Well, it's spinning off now because we've adjusted our vibration in the name of getting up with a bitch and pulling up with a bitch and matching energy. Well, matching energy affects the person who holds and harnesses that energy. But I would imagine that it's also difficult for Maddie to see or to have a maybe even to care about what lowering her vibration costs her when she's already so far ahead of the manifestation she's created out of having a high vibration. I do think sometimes that Maddie has come to a point where she is, for the most part, fulfilled. So she's willing to sacrifice a vibration here and there. She's willing to lower that credit score here and there because she's a woman of abundance too. So, she's not sitting in a very tight position to where she could lose everything that she has today, because so much of what she has today is really connected to what she's already created and what she already owns and what has already made her millions of dollars and has amassed to great wealth. So I think Maddie knows either way. Like, yeah, I'm sure. Like, I don't think she's sitting over there thinking she's immune to consequences, but I think she's very aware that she has created so much, and then she's been so intelligent and smart as a businesswoman that financially she's just going to be okay. So I think she's willing to take her, a few L's if that's what come as a result of her engaging her ego. But we're also clear that it is all ego. It is ego. And it's fine that it's ego. But yeah, there are people who are looking to her, and there are people who look at Maddie as a leader, and I can understand that. I mean, I don't give a fuck about Tasha K. But once Jonathan said what he said earlier about just what could potentially happen if her ops get carried away and knowing how to weaponize shit, you just don't want to see that happen to Maddie. You want to see somebody who is good as heart be in the right position so that they can continue to be an asset to the communities in which they serve. You don't want to see that being compromised by a bitch who ain't trying to serve nobody but themselves, like Unhinged. And I think as this political race ensues and our country changes, that, I think a lot of people are wanting the people that they already trust in to just like toe the line, baby, because we can't afford no L's at this point. We can't afford no L's, baby. Let's hold it together. Let's keep it together. We in critical times. We're in peril times right now, baby. We gotta be armored the fuck up from head to toe. So I get it. I get it from all directions. Let's pay a little bit more of this and then we can wrap. I'm a fast forward a little bit.
Say those kids' reads don't hurt you, bitch. But every time I hit them little ugly ass motherfucking kid, that ugly ass little cockeyed ass who I do like this all the motherfucking time. And I want to spare your daughter, but she's becoming of age. But your mama smoked crack. You drank all that alcohol. Protect your daughter. While you over there in that drunken stupor, sis, please make sure your daughter's protected so she don't have to be redundant or live a redundant life. I pray for you.
I agree with Maddie. We know that drugs and addiction and alcoholism has a genetic component to it. So, I can see the scientific facts in what Maddie is saying. Break those generational curses, child.
Lord, I pray for divine healing over Trans Rena.
See,
Trans Rena. Lord, please just give divine healing over her, Lord. I don't know what was going on in her mother's life that made her smoke those gallons of crack. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in her mother's life that made her let a man come in there and get on top of her daughter while she was smoking that fucking crack. God, please, I ask you in Jesus' name to remove that dark cloud that is haunting Trans Rena, that is haunting her, that makes her so dark down on the inside. Lord, I know you say that you can do all things through your son, Jesus' name, but please do that for me. I just want to know, when you have these pussies, Trans Rena, when you have these pussies, why ain't you happy with your husband that you got and your kids? Why you have to dig into space and use a tranny to sell tickets? Wow. Wow. Sis, you was just bleeding out the other day. When I wrote that little small paragraph about your kids, bitch, you was just bleeding out the other day. You were just bleeding out. And you got up to address me because I addressed you back. all in the attempts to sell tickets to a show. Ma'am, you have a pussy. You don't need me. You the real thing. You don't need me. Why are you not relying on your pussy? I don't understand. Why are you not relying on your pussy? You don't need me to help you sell tickets, niece. You don't need that. You don't got to speak about me a day of your life, and your pussy's supposed to get you through. I don't understand. Yes, crack has affected us in some form all through life. Because my father is a crackhead. So I understand about a parent crackhead. I understand it. But what's so sad, your mama let that man, while she was smoking crack, oh, I'm weeping for you. I'm weeping for you and your pain. Sister, please. I'm weeping. I'm weeping for you and your pain. I'm weeping for you. The pain of knowing that your mama was there smoking.
It's the way that Maddie is performing, acting like she is crying and shit.
It's definitely an Emmy worthy performance. Definitely.
I can't deal with motherfuckers.
Just stay trying to send me to hell.
Don't mess.
Try and keep me from
Don't mess.
at this point.
Don't mess.
It's the gallons of crack.
The gallons of
That's why I lost that. The gallons.
It just happened to be allegedly the truth. You understand? But nonetheless, it's like, because as she's telling the story, and it's so, for me, it's so visible. You know what I'm saying? But I wish that it was not funny, but it's the delivery, and I'm sorry, it's not the act. It's
that's what it is. It's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not what she's using. It's her performance.
I'm sorry. Y'all, because I can't see the screen. I'm just listening to it, and it's like
I'm watching it. I can see it on the phone.
Wee.
And she got her hands up to her face, and she got her hands in her palms, and it's just all right. A little bit more.
And let that nigga come in there. Oh. Oh. And then it's just oh my God. I know every time you watch Losing Isaiah, it just reminds you of your mother. Every time you see Holly Berry in Losing Isaiah, bitch, it reminds you of your mother being a crackhead. And that's why you can't take Claudia Jordan. That's why you can't take Claudia Jordan. Because she puts you so much in the mind of your mother smoking crack. Because Holly Berry played that part. And it hurts you. It hurts you. My God. Since I can only imagine the things that you're going through over there, especially while you're bleeding and you're looking at a trainee that's doing well in life, that's doing extremely well in her life. And so I understand. I'm to the point now where I'm understanding what it's all about. What it's all about. I wish you peace. I wish you blessings. I wish you freedom. I wish you freedom from the pain of traumas. I don't really give a fuck about you or your ugly ass motherfucking kids or your faggot ass husband. But when I really think about it in its totality, I think about what brought this on. And it was a crack about this size that distracted your mother to put you in the position that you are in right now. So I leave you with this, sis. Sell your tickets. Sell your tickets. Take some of that money and get you a therapist and sit on their sofa and forgive your mother. She didn't mean it. She was just smoking crack. That's all. She was just smoking crack. Anyway, y'all, be blessed. I'll talk with you.
She was just smoking crack, y'all. Maddie's drag of Tasha went viral. And you know that it had to be of supernatural proportions if people actually somewhat feel sorry for Tasha K. If the end result is that some part of people actually kind of just a little bit feel bad for Unhinged, that means that T.S. Madison's drag of Tasha was of supernatural proportions. And it didn't take her to be loud and obnoxious and yelling into a microphone, drunk as hell, and pacing around back and forth. Madison laid on her stomach across her bed, put her phone on a tripod, and just walked this woman through the most traumatic experiences of her life. Essentially put her in a time machine. And read through the book of life only to find that her name is in fact not there. So I guess we got to give the win to Maddie for sure. I think the criticisms from those who support Maddie are fair. You know, of course, none of her supporters who have an issue with Maddie talking about the essay and all of that want to see her lose to Tasha K. They don't like Tasha K either. But they have come to a point where they have decided that Madison is better than that. And I want to say to that, you know, that's not a bad thing. I think it really goes to show how far people have come when people actually expect them to be better. I don't think that's a dig. I don't think that's another. I think that's a report card. When people actually have decided that you have risen again, king or queen. So I think Madison would be redundant by coming back again for Tasha, because honestly, I feel like this is it's the nail in the coffin for Unhinged. Like, sis, she just nailed you to the cross. There's not even anybody here to take you down off that motherfucker. Like, the crows are going to feed off your damn corpse. And I think Maddie left. She left no. She left no bone. Like, Unhinged was completely and utterly disintegrated, completely obliterated. Like, anything after that Unhinged says, girl, it'll just be Unhinged's ghost and blood crying from the land, girl. That's not even her physical body, girl. That's her ghost spooking around and haunting YouTube. That's Casper, the unfriendly drunk bitch, like, just galloping through the digital airwaves. You know, that's a digital ghost, baby. That's like digital paranormal phenomenon, girl. That's not that person is no longer here, girl. That's just them echoing through the Wi-Fi. Like, she's been completely flamed up and reduced to ashes. Like, shit can put Tasha in a goddamn urn now. Or he can make a small necklace out of her ashes, or, you know, he can make a nice ring for himself. You know, he can put it inside of 2 balls that can go into his eyebrow piercing. I mean, he can do whatever he wants to, you know, and fashion up the ashes. But, girl, it's over. It's over. Like, to me, Tasha K is a ghost now. I don't know about y'all, but Tasha is a ghost. She is no longer physically with us. And if you see her around, girl, that is her spirit that has been earthbound. Like, she's trapped here in the earth plane. She has no heaven or hell to inherit. It's just the spirit of Tasha haunting and crying aloud from the damn land, baby. That's it. So, mother, you did it, honey. If you was looking to do your big one, Maddie, you've done your big one, girl. Okay? There's not even anything else for us to have to read. Like, whenever I want to read Unhinged, whenever I want to just speak to her ghost, I'm just going to play your read back. There's, like, nothing else to say. You broke down her psychology. You provided context for the evil and the wickedness and the vileness in her. You prayed for her wellness. So she has an opportunity to go into the light now that she's been reduced to spiritual dust. But I got a feeling she's too dense, even in a spiritual state, to float up to the light. So she's going to run these streets trying to reclaim her body, trying to reclaim bodily autonomy. There's nothing that Tasha can say. She won't even be saying it as a biological entity anymore when she does go to give her clap back.
You such an effortless reader. You're such a fucking effortless reader.
What? What? She's
Oh my God.
Spiritual matter now, rumors.
Did you say her fucking spirit is gonna be roaming these motherfucking streets trying to reclaim its body?
Yes.
I am fucking done.
I would never see Tasha the same again.
That is the motherfucking read. She is now referred to from this day, this moment in time, as the motherfucking wandering spirit.
And then you said the heifer's in perpetual purgatory.
And we're just going to have a front row seat to her being in proverbial repetitive purgatory.
Yeah, like
it'll be like looking at a genie in a bottle like her channel is now like a ghost chamber for me. And I'm just watching a spirit wander back and forth across the room and just go to and fro the earth, trying to find her body again. Like Tasha is on tour, not to sell tickets, but to find her body again. She's going from state to state, coast to coast, to find her, to download her spirit back into her body. She, like, you're done, sis. Like, you got now a legendary debt, and you now have a legendary death. Bitch. Your death was legendary. So now I'm just gonna text Maddie and say, girl, when is the funeral? When is the funeral, girl? Is her family going to have an opportunity to say their last wishes, honey? Are they going to be able to give her a military style farewell? Like, are they going to be able to get to say goodbye and really honor, the time that she had here?
They gonna have to do a portrait because there ain't nobody for them to interview of you.
Have a memorial with the picture.
Ain't nobody. Yeah, ain't nobody. Like you said, like there's nothing. Like
it's a closed casket. It has to be a closed casket.
Yeah, that's just for presentation.
Do y'all think that a federal investigation will be opened up against Madison as a result of Tasha's death?
I just want to know, are they going to have, what kind of fish they going to have when they, because, they can't, more than likely they will not be allowed to, start a GoFundMe. So what kind of fish they going to have for the fish fry?
I wonder if they're also going to have a sobriety coach there to keep the trauma from Tasha's passing from arousing her mama's crack addiction. Do y'all think that they're going to have a trauma specialist at the funeral?
Though, we don't know what this bitch might have in her will, girl, from behind the grave.
But you heard what I said, then you to your question. I was asking Winston T, did she hear my answer to her question?
No, I didn't hear. What kind you said? Tilapia? I don't eat that.
I told you catfish, baby.
Oh, I don't eat that either. Bottom feeders.
Yeah.
I've had some things, but not those things.
Y'all, I'm hungry right now. Ain't nothing open. I want some fish right now. Shit.
I'm saying you could wait for their fundraiser. Ain't nothing like. I don't care. It's like fundraiser. Fish fries be way better than the repasses.
That funeral food do be hitting though. I ain't
they
gonna
sell dinner. You don't find too many tragic dinner sales. But
y'all
look, don't forget the cake that be there.
Do y'all think that if Madison is generous and kind enough, like if she chooses to be a generous queen and give the remains and the ashes over to the family, that Tasha's mammy might possibly snort them?
No, what I was thinking is that they could make the cute little necklaces, or do like one of the little trees where you can put the ashes in and you can plant the tree.
I think that she would have wanted to put the ashes and post that as content and go live with the urn in her ashes, and she would have wanted to go live and have people view the ashes.
Maybe she would want to be a firework and go out with a bang.
I'm going to get all the details from Madison tonight. We're going to be back live today. I'm going to get all the details about the arrangement.
Y'all are bad info.
Funeral arrangement.
I was doing so good.
Go fam.
No, we should go.
Like,
oh my God, Conscious. No,
I'm going to have statements from the people who knew Tasha the best. Like, I'm going to,
we're going to have a virtual memorial service. And are you going to let Madison do the eulogy again? Just let her have a few words, pick out.
I think Madison has, I think she's rested. And I think she's earned just a reserved seat
No, it's already previously recorded. You know,
It's
just
just
you know how they put. You know, they play people favorites. You know, reads and things. Yeah. You know, just
I'll see
Are we
what I
gonna
can
play
do.
voicemail end of the road for her?
listen.
We're going. We are going. I'm going to see what I can do. I'm going to contact Madison. You know, and we're gonna. I'm going to put all the details together for sure.
I'm
Because
gonna email Cardi B and see if she would like to, you know, send us a previously like recorded song or something. She can do a little solo or something, you know.
oh
Or are you
yeah,
gonna play the
but
Wicked Witch instead? Are you gonna play
I wonder if Cardi gonna sue her estate.
What's she gonna get, pork and beans?
And Michelle, shame on you. You sent her gold shoes as her urn.
facts. It can get real creative. We're talking about black people here, baby. We're talking about black people here, baby.
She did have some big feet, so it might be able to hold just about all of them.
Yeah, well, y'all know what I said. I was saying that, you know, Cardi B had put in her clause, you know, for how much she would be entitled to. I think that she was wanting one of the children to be an indentured servant. I think that's why Tasha might have given up her son. So I wonder now if, now that Tasha's gone, if she's going to collect on her debt by just going and collecting the son from out of Africa.
Not the pharaoh. Not
Yeah.
firstborn.
I want to see if Cardi B is going to handle this Old Testament style, you know, because, you know, usually the sons inherit the sins of the father and the mother, you know, in the Old Testament. So it's going to be interesting to see how Cardi B recoups, you know, if she's going to consider debt forgiveness, or do they need to be hiding the goddamn child out there in Africa, honey, creating all type of underground railroads and shit, because Cardi B coming, baby. If we're talking about her collecting on the intellectual property thereof. But we'll return tomorrow, child. This was very interesting. Y'all make sure to be here tomorrow, probably about the same time, probably 8, 7-ish.
I can't be in early because
I make the phone calls.
I'm gonna be in morning of, you know, I'm still in the morning, so I'll be a little late. I'm morning.
Okay, that's fine. You know, I'm sure that we'll be here for a while, so you have more than enough time, IG, to pull up.
You sure
yes. All right. I gotta go and, you know, run to the cleaners and, you know, go get my attire, get ready for this memorial service.
You know, you
yes, honey. Everybody must wear gold shoes.
Okay.
Everybody must wear gold. It can be gold shoes of any style, but they have to be gold.
Okay. I got some gold shoes with some clear heels.
That works.
And the more the story.
And make sure if you live anywhere near a gas station that sell wine, to grab you a good one. The cheaper the better, because we know,
cheaper, baby.
We realize, you know,
2020.
With the cheapest, most bootleggedest, most lit, most potent ass, straight into the dome ass liquor you can find, baby. In the name, honey. We're gonna pour one out for her ass later today.
Libations.
Oh yes. Bye, y'all. Bye, Perk. Y'all, this was one hell of a show, baby. My God, today. We're gonna get all the deets. We'll be here tomorrow. Madison, you done said it all, baby. Bitch, now you can transcend, bitch. Okay, this when you transcend, girl. If your transcendent moment didn't come, this is the moment, bitch. You won the battle. You won the war. Okay, the war has been won, Madison. Don't you let a bitch spirit crying out from the land convince you that anything less has happened here. That is only her spirit vibrating through the earth, baby. Okay, the body has been disintegrated. Y'all make sure to thumbs up this video. Tell a friend of a friend of a friend. Share, 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 and set your reminders. I will see you guys tonight. Bye-bye.